To meet in the evening. Doesn't look like evening. This is Alberta. This is what it looks like when it's 6 o'clock p.m. And we have some election coverage. But let me not delay. We have Mark Friesen, the Grizzly Patriot, already. Hello, Mark.
Hey,
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
One. I am good. As you saw, I was just finishing up the end of my dinner, which was a quick little fast food. The wife ran to Drayton and came back with that, so we had some time to fuel up right before the show. But thank you for coming nice and early. I appreciate that.
Yeah, my pleasure. It's all good.
Now, this is the first time we meet. We've been chatting a bit on Twitter back and forth, and we have you coming on. We'll be recording your episode Wednesday afternoon, but we'll be playing it live on Thursday. So we'll have a chance to be able to sit down and actually really get to know each other. So
Yeah,
thank you very much for joining.
I look forward to it.
It's awesome. Do you want to let everybody know who you are and how you became a little bit famous on Twitter?
Well, I don't know about famous, but maybe notorious.
Well, it depends what side,
You,
right?
I've been at this game for well over 20 years. It was 9/11 that sort of woke me up, and from that point forward, I've been railing against Agenda 21 originally, and now, of course, Agenda 2030. And, for the first 15 years or so, I was speaking to nobody. And, since COVID and what it has exposed, there's a whole lot more people paying attention to what's going on and why. And so that's
Mhm.
encouraging to me. It's, more and more people are being awakened to the reality of our world today, which is, this lack of sovereignty and being governed by an unelected, unaccountable foreign entity. So that's sort of what brought me into politics. I never really saw myself getting involved too heavily in politics, but here I am. I ran for the PPC twice and for the Buffalo Party once here in Saskatchewan, and looks like I'll be running again for the Buffalo Party in about a year.
Oh, that's awesome. For the Buffalo Party this time, not the PPC?
Well, it's sort of going to depend how things shake out. I'm still a candidate for the PPC, um, but if our provincial election will probably happen before the federal election,
Got you. Got you.
and so if things transpire in a positive way provincially, then that's where I'll be committed.
Okay, so if you did win a seat in the provincial election, you would stay there and you wouldn't go for the
Yeah,
federal?
right.
Okay, okay. Now we'll dig a lot more deeper into that on
Sure.
Wednesday afternoon, and then we'll
Sure.
we'll talk
Yeah.
about it on Thursday. Azario, thank you for making it, buddy.
Yeah, thanks, Jay. How's it
Yeah,
going,
there you
guys?
are. It's going good. We're here to hopefully celebrate tonight, but we're gonna
Yeah.
find out in
I
several
Fingers
hours.
crossed. Fingers crossed.
Yeah, and I'd like to point out to my viewers that we have Quebec, which is Kevin, one of the Brady Bunch there. We got Mark from Saskatchewan, and then we got Ontario with Azario. Where's my Alberta friends? They should be here by now. The rest of the country is very interested in what's going on here. And Kevin,
Yeah.
we don't hear you. So if you're trying to speak, I haven't heard you yet. Okay, we'll let him work on that technical issue. So Zario, Ontario, and you're keeping an eye on this particular election. Is that normal for you to watch a different provincial election?
Not really. Like, I mean, we normally are pretty much keeping to ourselves in Ontario and trying to figure out what's happening within the province itself. But um, this one has, I think, deeper ramifications for a lot of people within the country. Just to kind of get, I think it's really a pulse check on where we are as a country, and are we okay with the status quo that we're seeing out of Ottawa right now, and are we going to push against that? And my sentiment, like, and Jay, you know where I'm coming from, but for everybody else that's joining on, is like I don't really support Ottawa's message right now, and I think that a resounding response to rejecting Ottawa's kind of totalitarianism over the country will be the result of this election tonight if the UCP wins. If it goes the other way, then all bets are off. But
So So to you, it kind of feels like a U.S. midterm election, kind of like midterm on Trudeau's
Yeah.
term, and we're kind of doing a referendum on what we're thinking. Mark, what do you think about that kind of analogy there? It's kind of like a U.S. midterm.
Yeah, it's definitely a barometer to see where we're at, especially Alberta. I mean, Alberta, it's interesting. They consider themselves to be the most conservative province in the country. I guess we're going to find out in a little bit. Um, but unfortunately for Alberta, they have Calgary and they have Edmonton, which makes up 53% of the population. And
Correct.
so, unlike Saskatchewan, where we have well over 50% rural versus urban, Saskatoon and Regina. And so, it's a bit of an uphill battle when it comes to politics in Alberta, which is why they had NDP for 4 years a while ago. So, I still think common sense will prevail tonight. I sure hope so. We'll see where the cookie crumbles. It's definitely a barometer of where we're headed, and if it happens to go commie NDP, my heart's going to go out to a whole lot of rural folks in Alberta.
Well, if it goes NDP, how would you feel about a separatist movement swelling up in Alberta?
Well,
Because I think that might be the ignition right there. That might actually
that's
help that along.
definitely going to kick that into overdrive. There's no question about it. Um, I'm not a separatist at heart, although
Last resort, right?
yeah, for me it's sort of out of survival. If that's what we have to do to survive, then that's what we have to do. But in this era of globalism, Ukraine is a really good example. They started their protests as a nationalist protest back in 2013-14, the Maidan protests. And then as you watched them, more and more EU flags would creep into the crowds. And then all of a sudden, this protest that was, for Ukrainian identity and nationalism, it morphed into this globalist um, hijacking of the movement. And
Hmm.
so, if we're going to do that, if we're going to go in that direction, say Alberta and Saskatchewan, we're going to be a country of 5 million people finding ourselves very vulnerable to outside influences, especially because of the resources that we have in these between these two provinces. We would become very vulnerable very quick. And so we have to be, if we're going to go in that direction, we have to be damn sure that we're prepared for what's to come, because the globalists want what we have.
Absolutely, and that's my biggest concern. If we have to do a divorce, it would be kind of like, who do we market trade with? Who are we going after? If Canada is not for us, does that mean the U.S. and the rest of their allies are not for us? And we have to kind of trade with anybody else that's not subscribing to their particular list of not to work with people, which would leave a very short list and not a very good company if we are surrounded by not allies anymore. And Kevin, down in Quebec, you guys were, contemplating this several years ago. Separatists, you were thinking about, yeah, the whole referendum. So, did you guys think about those kind of issues? Landlocked, or you use St. Lawrence, sure, but what would you do if, or how do you think it would look for Alberta if, or in Saskatchewan, if we did separate and we had to deal with a global market now? What would happen?
Well, I think that, like I've talked about this a lot, that we don't really have a use for a federal government anymore, especially in the way that it stands now. It really doesn't seem to have any purpose other than, further an agenda, and an agenda that many are waking up to, and they're seeing that it's not a good one. So there's no reason why we can't take away the power from the feds, and it's not just Alberta that I think that should be moving to separation. Like I talked about this on your show before, that there's no reason why we can't have 10 independent countries under one union, kind of like with the United States does. And like we could talk about how they moved away from that, but like I think that if we move away from a federal government more to a provincial side and download responsibilities to more of a local level, that I think ultimately at the end of the day, less government equals more freedom, right? So and if you look at it, like, Alberta's been talking about separation for a while, but I think one of the things that would help spark that is if the provinces to the right of them, your Manitoba, because Manitoba is very interesting strategically. It pretty much separates, the country east and west. So like if Manitoba moves to that, then you can cut off the west from the east and really take away Ottawa's power. So I think that Manitoba has to get on board. I think that there's a big conservative movement in BC other than the Lower Mainland. So like one of the things I talked about a few years ago is your BC, Alberta, Manitoba, Saskatchewan, and you can take your Lower Mainland of Vancouver and you can trade it to Washington State for Montana. Yeah, and like give it to Washington State and then just like take Montana and then that would be an excellent start of a union. Those 4 or 5 districts right there.
That's a good way to look at it. Go ahead, Mark.
Yeah, so you make a good point. I think the direction that we need to go, and this is why I've really focused a lot of my time and energy provincially, because I think we need some strong entities politically, provincially, who are going to say no to Ottawa, who are going to say, we want to take our autonomy back as provinces. And even within the existing constitution, there is an ability for us to do that. We just haven't elected anybody that's been strong enough to say no to Ottawa. And so that's what we need. And I'm not sure Danielle Smith is really the answer to that. I think there's others that would fit that bill a little better than maybe Danielle. But at the end of the day, we need strength. We need people that are willing to go autonomous with our provinces, and start as was mentioned, down to local, smaller government. Let the people live their lives. Let the people prosper. Let's encourage prosperity. Let's encourage our energy industry and farming and ranching. All of these things are under attack under this globalist agenda that our federal governments, dating back to 92, have all committed to the detriment of our provinces. And so our provinces have to get stronger and say no to Ottawa.
Absolutely. So you think Danielle may or may not be that person? We need somebody stronger. Is that going to be Mo? Is that going to be somebody out of the Buffalo Party? And I'm going to ask you, Azario, the same question. Is that Ford, or are you going to have to replace him too? Go ahead, Mark.
Yeah, it's definitely. I just don't see it in Danielle Smith. There's too many things I've heard her talk about. She used to, when she had a radio show, she used to talk about Agenda 2030 and the SDGs. Since she's become premier, she hasn't uttered that sentence or that phrase once. And that's concerning to me, because that is the root of all evil that we're dealing with. And is it going to be Scott Moe? No, it's not Scott Moe. Scott Moe is fully on board with that agenda. He won't say it openly, but all of their marketing is sustainable Saskatchewan. They're bringing in SOGI to our education system, which is created at the UN level. And so there's a lot of concern in the SAS party in Saskatchewan going exactly the opposite direction that we think they need to go, which is hence the rise of the Buffalo Party in Saskatchewan. And I encourage people to go check out our website and look at our policies, because they are in line with, rural Saskatchewan, self-reliance, self-determination, independence, and community. That's the antidote to the globalist agenda.
I agree with that completely. So, Azario, do you need to replace Ford? Because you have a similar thing there where it's really the cities are red, but everything else is blue. So why don't you tell me what you think you might need to do if you're part of that province that steps up against Ottawa?
Well, one of the things is that happened within COVID is that Ford folded like a chair on Jerry Springer. It was just he
Rest in
bowed
peace,
down
Jerry.
to it, and yeah, rest in peace, Jerry. God bless you, man. But what it came down to is that where is the money coming from? And there's so much control coming out of Ottawa, and that is where basically the control is exerted from. Is that they're providing so much transfer payments to the provinces, and with those, the provinces can't exist. They don't have the funding available to maintain the social programs that are in place right now, and that is the precipice, right? That needs to be the pivot point in order to get away from the federal government being able to dictate the demands to the provinces, to saying, okay, now we can get this down to more of a local level, provincial level, and where the funding is actually going to be directed. Because right now they're just holding it over every one of the provinces and using it to get what they want, and pushing that top down kind of agenda.
So
So
one of the most important things I think in all of this, and this has been my focus ever since I have a presence on the internet, and that's education. The people have to understand what's at stake, why it's at stake, and how it's related to this unelected, unaccountable foreign entity that's created cookie cutter policy that all of our establishment parties have signed on and committed to. And it funnels down to the provinces. There's no question about it. So people need to really grasp that and understand where it's coming from, and that there is hope, that there is an opportunity to say no to all of this stuff. And so education is a huge part of this. The people, it has to be
Absolutely.
driven by the people.
For sure, there's a lot of fronts on education that we need to touch on, and that's what the left have been successful at. They've been using education to advance their agenda. Kevin, we were just talking monetary for a second there. So, do you think the government controls the purse strings, and through doing that, they control the provinces? And if you do agree with that, do you really think the Alberta referendum that we had recently, where we said we don't want to be doing these transfer payments anymore, do you think Danielle is going to try and push that through? Is she going to do something with that? And if so, is that enough to start rocking the boat here on these purse strings and the control they have? What do you think, Kevin?
Well, at the end of the day, the federal government, they don't have any money, right? Like they spend all their money that they collect in taxes, and then they run other deficits on top of that. So where are they getting the money from? Through deficit spending, they're selling bonds to the Bank of Canada that's monetizing this debt. So and then you get into like central banking ideology, and that ties right in line with your sustainable development goals with the UN. And, it's kind of a mesh. Don't forget Mark Carney, who sat on the board of the Bank of Canada. He's fully on board with it, with this nonsense. So, like, I think that like what Mark was saying with education is it's 100%. That's where it has to go. And what we really need to do, if we really want to take back our independence, we have to take back the power from the central bank. I touched base with this with Maxime Bernier yesterday.
Yeah.
So I think that's important. I think that's where it comes down to. And, in terms of Danielle Smith, is she going to be the one? Like, people were asking the same thing about Jason Kenney, and then he capitulated not too far after, the COVID passports, and, Ford, he capitulated. And so like these people, they're not on our side. They've clearly been bought and paid for. And they sold everybody out for their own benefit. So like when it comes down to it, we have to get people in a position politically that don't want to be there. Like, the founding fathers of the United States, they did not want to be politicians, but the people felt that they were the best ones. So like, I think the people that are looking for power are the people that least deserve it. And, everybody that's running right now, they're there looking for power, and it's not, they're not there for the right reasons.
Absolutely. And Mark's touched on it a little bit. And of course, I'm against the globalist agenda. And there's no question that even still on the Alberta Health Services website, they're bragging about the partnership with the World Economic Forum, and that they're working on that. Azario, you guys are not off scot-free. All over the Ontario website, you're talking about digital IDs as a program that you're working with on pilot with the WEF. So are you guys going to be the ones that usher that in for the rest of us, or are you guys actually doing anything about that?
I don't know that there's much awareness of what's actually happening here. I mean, the digital IDs were set to kick off in Prince Edward Island earlier this year. It was when they first announced that kind of program being enacted within Canada. I don't know. I'm feeling like we're on a train right now, and we're going down the tracks, and there's no break. It feels like we have been set up, and this has been years coming to get to this point, and it's really, really hard for anybody to put on the brakes right now. This is like, if I had known what I know today, maybe 3 or 4 years ago, could have got a lot more involved in the community and try to raise awareness to this. But I'm really, it's so tough right at this point to be able to say we can reverse course, we can kind of put the stop to this, and it's only going to be maybe that the lack of adoption will slow that down. That's about the only thing that I can think of.
You make a really great point, and it does boil down to the people, and the people have been fat, lazy, and complacent for decades. We haven't held our politicians remotely accountable for what they've committed us to. I mean, it was in 1992 that Brian Mulroney first signed us up to and committed to Agenda 21 in Rio de Janeiro, called the Rio Declaration at the First Earth Summit. And so did he come back then to Canada and task all of his MPs to go and tell all of the constituents across the country what they just committed to? No, they did the exact opposite. They framed it as conspiracy theory with the help of the media, and nobody knows anything about it for decades, and nobody actually dove in to try to understand what it is they committed to. And so as we move along and as this thing evolved, unbeknownst to anyone, because there's never been an elected federal politician that has ever discussed Agenda 21 or Agenda 2030 with their constituents, ever. It's never happened. And that's on us. That has to be our responsibility. We have to take responsibility for what's happening politically, and we haven't been doing that. So, when we get to this point where all of this is so overwhelming for everyone, well, it's overwhelming because nobody's ever really considered this until now, where people are starting to pay attention and starting to understand the consequences to this supranational agenda created by an unelected, unaccountable foreign entity.
Absolutely. And then how do we combat them? Because they're on every level. They're even in municipal level. I've had people reach out to me on the municipal level who really push hard at me and my messaging about the agenda. I was pushing back on the nitrogen requirements that Canada was pushing down on our farmers. And just asking the question online, got a couple local people saying, hey, you really don't need to push back on the WEF. They're here for good. And I was like, whoa, like, how you must be an agent or something, because for you to even say that, you don't know what you're talking about.
Well, everything about this agenda, all of the 17 goals, there is built-in contradictions throughout the agenda. Like, for example, fertilizer reduction by 30%, whereas one of their goals is ending hunger. Well, how do you end hunger when you're hamstringing food producers by 30%, limiting their fertilizer usage? All that does is create more starvation, more famine. So they don't really want to end hunger. All of this has been created to control humanity. Humanity is the enemy to these people. They've said it very clearly.
Now, Kevin, I've heard the messaging come out about water now. Like, they're really starting to push in one of their last Davos meetings about water restrictions, water conservation, water control. Is this going to be the next big thing? What do you think, Kevin?
Well, you can actually buy water futures now. So like water is a commodity that they're going to be wanting, they're going to want to trade. And the question is if you can buy and sell water and then you can start charging people for water, when is it going to go into air, right? So like that's ultimately where it's going to go. And like what Mark said, the end result is control. So what they want to do is they said that they want to bring, they even openly said this, they said that they want to bring everybody to the same level playing field, right? But they didn't mean they want to bring the third world up to our standards. They mean that they want to bring us down to them, and eliminate the middle class, usher in a two-tier feudal system where you have a tyrannical authoritarian state that's controlling everything, and then you get into your central bank digital currencies and your social credit scores, where if they don't like what you say, if they don't like what you do, they're just gonna disconnect your wallet, and that's basically the same thing as being canceled. Like, you won't be able to buy anything, you won't be able to do anything, you won't even be able to log onto the internet, because there's going to be a point where you're going to need a digital ID to log onto the internet. That's going to be the next push. So they're going to try to eliminate dissent through the information side. And are they going to be successful? I hope not. But you take a look at what they've done and what they have done, and how this ball is rolling. And unless we turn real quick, real fast, it's going to be really hard to take back what they've taken already from us.
And Dazario, I can see this day coming where you walk in and you say, okay, look, I don't like this. I'm going to file a lawsuit and I want to fight this. And they say, sure, sir, no problem. Please give me your digital ID. And you're like, oh, yeah. Yeah, I haven't signed up for that yet. No problem, sir. Come back when you have it. Oh. So you won't be able to get access to services, what I'm saying. This is probably where we're headed with that.
Well, and I mean, you look at Canada. Canada is a country chock full of land, chock full of water, chock full of natural gas, oil, energy, gold, uranium, all of this rare earth, whatever. We have everything the world wants and needs, which is why Canada is an enormous target in all of this. This is why Trudeau is playing the role that Trudeau is playing. And he's an important cog in all of this because of what we represent to the rest of the world. And this equity, and you're 100% right when you say that they want equity. They want everybody to be equal around the world. And how do you achieve equality within and among nation states? Well, you destroy the first world. You bring the first world down to the second, third world status, making us all equally poor and dependent on this foreign entity that's going to come and save the day.
Yeah, 100%. So I think it's a combination of a bunch of things. Like if we are forcing the power back down to us, that's one step. We are exposing them so that people can understand what their agenda is. That's another step. And we're doing education. So, Kevin, we have Section 91, 92, which governs the jurisdiction of the federal and the provincial. We even have Section 93, which is all about education and where it belongs. So we have an entire section about education. It belongs to the province, and we should be dictating or managing our education. How do you feel about, through other mechanisms, the federal government pushing down even the indoctrination and CRT and other types of programs to the education system?
Well, I don't think that the government should be involved in the education system, especially, the larger the government, the worse it's going to be, because the main job is not to educate people. It's to, it's not to make them, critical thinkers. It's to make them, just smart enough to, do all the paperwork, but not smart enough to ask all the important questions. And if you look at what we've seen over the last few years, like the education system has done a fantastic job, and the government is getting exactly what they want in terms of obedient people that conform, people that don't want to ask the questions, people that don't want to step out, and that's what ultimately the government wants. So they want to control the education system, and that's how they have changed the perception of reality over the last 2, 3, 4 generations, is through through subversion and through you plant these seeds into these kids' heads at 7, 8, 9, 10, and then you could let it grow, and in 20 and 30, and then when you get to our age, like, you cannot change their mind back. Their perception of reality has been changed to such an extent that they can't change it back. It's impossible. So what you need to do is you need to rid these people of society, and you need to start educating a new generation of like-minded individuals, people that are more concerned about your freedom and your liberty, and you have to let that idea foster through. So, like, even if we start right now, and like even if we move to this, it's still going to take 20, 30, 40 years to change the tide back to normalcy. But like the main theme in this conversation throughout has been education. So we have to do to them what they did to us, and that's where it starts.
I feel like going full Alex Jones right about now.
Yeah, and we got a question here from Facebook from Roxanne, right on point, right on time here. Here's a question: why can't the people of Canada take our country back and fire them all? We pay them. I don't work for them. I work for me. Simple answer there, Roxanne. That'd have to be on consent or force. Simply put, that'd have to be on consent or force.
And getting to that consent is the challenge, because we have a population, again, that's very fat, lazy, and complacent, and not willing to take their own responsibility back by holding these politicians accountable for what they've committed us to. And so that's the challenge. I always think about my own neighborhood that I live in the city in Saskatoon. If I walk door to door, how many people are going to understand Agenda 2030? Well, almost none of them. And so that's where the education has to start. Now, you go outside the cities, and rural folks are a lot more in tune with what's happening, because they recognize that their way of life is under attack.
Right.
And that's where the attacks are starting, because they want to drive people off the farms, off the ranches, off rural land, and into the cities where they're much easily controlled. And so, rural folks are the key to all of this. They have the power to turn this thing around. We just have to activate, inspire, and motivate them to get involved and take back their responsibility. That's what we're working on here.
And I do want to touch base on. Go ahead.
No, I was going to say that what happens when the number of people that are dependent on the government outnumber the people that are the providers. Like, then you've got this ruling class that's saying, well, you need to provide, and you're not really going to sway those people.
Well, I don't think that we can mathematically get to that point. I think long before that, it will break. The system would break. And where would they get their weapons and food from if we couldn't support them? I think it'd be a weird one. To touch on a bit of what Mark said, it's a rule of vote. We had a problem voting today. So we went to where we normally would vote, and we didn't get our voting card. Nothing showed up. So we went to where we normally vote, and they turned us around because we were at the wrong place. So we had to jump through some hoops and pull up our deed just to find out where to vote. Paula, so you were there with me. Let's see if we can get your audio. So what was your take on having to go from Breton, which is our town, to a different town altogether just to vote?
Yeah, it was really frustrating, actually. We went from a place where we voted federally, which was 10 minutes away, to a place that was 20. Solely because we were just on the outskirts of the main town. But it was really interesting to find, because first of all, we looked up our address. We didn't exist. And what Jason said, we literally had to go like lot number, block number, put all that information in to find out where we should go. And also when we got there, obviously we weren't in the list. And then she even tried to call, and she got the voicemail. And this was just after 9 a.m. we went to vote, because we wanted to be there bright and early, get it out of the way. And just as well that we did, because had we done this last minute, we'll leave it this later on in the afternoon. It's quite the inconvenience. Now imagine that for other people. Out of the three people within the voting room, all of them had said, I live a kilometer away, And even I have to go to Warburg. And I was like, yeah, I know, I live 5 kilometers away. I have to go somewhere else. And it's like, why? Breton is our closest town. But no, they rejigged all the regions and everything, and people just had to scatter.
Absolutely. And we got some reports that the mail-in voting was record high this year for Alberta. So we already got those numbers. Those machines were used for those. And we got some comment from another Alberta voter here who mentioned that Oliver, hi, nice to meet you. He spoke with election officials while voting today, asked about hand counting ballots. They will be hand counting today's ballots, but last week's votes were counted by machine. John, thanks for joining us. What do you think about that? Does that give you any faith in what Alberta is going to do with our results? Let me give him a moment there. So I can move that question to Joe. I think Joe's joined us, or we can go back to Kevin. All right, I'll go to Mark.
What's the question?
The voting, we have machine counting the mail-in votes, and then we have hand counting today's votes. Are we expecting this to be hunky-dory? We should have no problems? Or you're hearing about problems from rural people like us who don't even know where to go, and we're being thrown
that's
all over
obvious.
the place.
I think that's by design. I think they make it uncomfortable for folks to just go where they would normally think they would go to vote. I think it's all by design. I think they're trying to discourage people from going to vote because of how many hoops they have to jump through. And when we get into this machine counting, I don't trust the machines as far as I could throw them. We've seen that in municipal elections here in Saskatoon. There's a lot of funny business that goes on with these machines. Now, it's within today's vote, if they're being hand counted, then I have a little bit more faith in how that process works. But these machines can be way too easily manipulated.
That's true. And John, can you hear us? And is your microphone working?
Can you hear me?
There we go. Yes, John. So you're also in Ontario as well. So you're keeping a close eye on our election. It means something to you this time around, which is kind of odd. Normally, provincial elections are not watched this closely by other provinces. But you're watching this one. You're now also hearing some complaints from people who are on the ground voting. How do you feel about the confidence level of this particular election being fair and being accurate?
I have an interest, Jace, and everybody. I have an interest in every single election in this country.
Wonderful.
Because every election affects every other part of Canada, whether people understand that or not. Now, for the actual fairness, if you will, in the election, was it ever stated? We don't get a lot of news here from Alberta, but was it ever stated about how the election would be conducted? In other words, for instance, I'll give you an example of some things that occurred in Ontario. There were people, they actually had a picture of one in the Toronto Sun. The person was not a Canadian citizen, had lived in the country for 16 years, and had never voted in an election, but they got a card, a voter's card, which basically gives them permission to vote. And apparently there were several thousand cards like that issued. How many people voted, and were those votes retrieved? Right? I don't think so. It's also a case of persons living outside the country and persons for a period of time. I'm not talking about a holiday to the United States for 2 weeks. I'm talking about, in a year or more, living outside the country who still get that opportunity to vote. Some people never return to Canada once they get their citizenship, and they still get voter cards. How many of those are determined after the election? Because obviously we know they're no longer election nights, or they're no longer, it's not election day anymore. It's election month, and right. An election year in the United States case. Um, uh, the transparency, if I use that absolute ridiculous term, the transparency is just not there. But in Alberta, did any one of you hear of what steps were taken to make the process more transparent?
There's nothing announced, of course. One thing that no government's good at is saying, here's how you can go and make sure that we're doing things right. I could tell you that not only did we have a problem finding out where we are, even when we put our address in, they were using Google address matching, and Google address doesn't have all addresses. So we couldn't match that way. That's why we have to pull up our title in order to get the quarter and all this, like, the GIS information in order to find out where we vote. So if we didn't have that handy, they weren't helping us at the station we were at. We would have been left without a place to vote. Now, Kevin, question for you, bud. Now they're pushing towards 15-minute cities where everything's within 15 minutes. I guarantee you those particular areas, voting will be like that. You could probably vote by snap. You can vote by blink because they're going to make it really easy for those voters to vote. Do you think that's going to tip the scale even further for everybody here?
Well, the reason why they call it 15-minute cities, I made a tweet about this, got a lot of pushback, but the reason why they call it 15-minute cities is because, the marketing department thought that, gulag and ghetto didn't really work anymore. So, they call
those
it
are trademarked already. So
yeah, so they call it 15-minute cities. And, in terms of voting in itself, I believe that it was, I could be wrong, but I believe that it was Lenin that said, it doesn't really matter who casts the vote, but it matters who counts it.
Yeah.
So that's what we're saying. And even though I don't really support any political party, I still believe that when on voting day, obviously it's not voting for me, but a federal or a provincial election comes in, I go in and I spoil my ballot because I'm not sure, I don't know, but a feeling inside me tells me that whoever doesn't go and spoil their ballot or vote non-confidence, they're going to take the unused ballots and they're going to use it for their own benefit. So so that's what I do, and I always bring my own pen. I don't vote in pencil. They give you pencils, so just a couple of things that you can do. But at the end of the day, and what Roxanne was said, why can't we get rid of them? They work for us, we pay them. But ultimately, the idea of government was to be accountable to the people. But that's clearly not the case, and you saw that with COVID. They're accountable not to us. They were supposed to be the servants. They have become the masters, and that's a problem. And you take a look at the policies that they passed through. They were designed to attack the people. They were designed to attack the individual and to enrich the corporate elite. They shut down your small medium-sized businesses and then left the big box retailers open. And you had rules for thee and not for me. So one of the things that we really have to come to reality with is that government does not serve us anymore. We talk about what this has become, the idea of the state, and not just in Canada. It was bad in Canada, and it was bad in the monarch system. Your New Zealand, your Australia, your Great Britain, and your Canada, they fared the worst. So that's what people have to come to minds with. It's ultimately a fascist system, and I touched base with this with you on your podcast the other day, is what is fascism, and ultimately it's the merger of state and corporate power. So you have the government merging with multinational corporations. They get into bed together and they pass policies that benefit them at the expense of everybody else, and that's what we're seeing right now. That's why we can't just kick them out and get rid of them and fire them, because we're clearly not their bosses.
No, and you remind me of the old saying, it's the tail wagging the dog, because it's supposed to be us in power. Now, Azario, is that a good way to look at it, or is the better way to look at it that they've given us the illusion that there's a dog and a tail? So we have the illusion that somebody's in power, but we're really not. What do you think?
You can't keep the game going unless there is this illusion, right? You've got to keep some symbionts or some carrot out there to make it actually look like it's a fair gig. I think that many people are just placated with that enough. What I want to kind of rewind a little bit back to kind of, and I don't want to get all conspiratorial on it, is around,
Sure.
the
Go ahead.
amount. Well, I can. I put on my tinfoil hat, and I'm just going to put it on right now. But it's looking at, like all the mail-in ballots. Those are all being being scanned, right, and being counted like that. And we don't want to mention a particular voting machine company that is in the United States that sued a particular talk show host and network.
I can't afford that one.
No, we're not going there. But I mean, like, it begs that question. Like, okay, so it's very convenient for all the mail-in ballots to be counted that way. It's, now they're counting all the hand ballots, or the in-person ballots on the day of, by hand. But then, where's there's possibly some disparity there. So, and I don't know. It doesn't feel right to me. In one hand, is that there's a possibility for some trickery at least. So,
At
So,
least.
so none of this should feel normal to anybody who's paying attention. And Kevin makes a great point when he merges fascism and communism, because that's exactly where we're at. We have two ideologies that are responsible for the deaths of hundreds of millions of people throughout the 20th century, who have converged, who have merged together to achieve global dominance. And through communism at the UN and through fascism at the World Economic Forum. And this is the two-headed monster that we're up against. And there's still way more of us than there is of them, but that only works if we're successful at educating the masses. And again, I refer back to my neighborhood. If I went and talked to my neighbors about 15-minute city, they'd all be looking at me with stars in their eyes. Right. and have no idea, because they're addicted to mainstream media that never talks about any of this stuff.
Absolutely. And Paula, so he mentioned education one more time, and we believe that that's very important. So important that we're homeschooling. Do you think homeschooling is a path forward when it comes to educating the next generation?
Yes. Yes, I do.
Don't hold back.
Yes, I do. It was really eye-opening. I always say that COVID, at least for us, this had a big silver lining, because it prompted us to make a lot of changes for our family. And one of them was, after seeing the work that was sent home and the remote work that our son was doing in school, and we were just shaking our head at it. It's like, what is this? Now we actually get, eyes on it, hands on, actually get to see it. And like, no, this is not only what we feel that our son needs to be learning at this time in his life, but just the quality wasn't very good. The teachers were great, we love them, but the quality
Really?
of
all of them?
At his last school,
right.
They were very
Okay.
nice. At his last school, no lagging.
Yeah.
So definitely, and it gives us the opportunity to then also see what type of learning he enjoys. And you'll be surprised that there's a variety of methods to teach a child, and most of it is from them. Quite honestly, they'll tell you how they want to learn, and you just follow that. You just encourage that, and we've found it very fruitful with both our boys.
Now, you witnessed
definitely
JJ interview the people at the election facilities.
Yes.
What did you think about that?
I was so proud of him. I love both
First,
of my
he's 8
boys.
years old, so everybody understands.
Yes. Yeah. I love both our boys. They do us proud anytime they're with people that they know, or even with strangers that they're meeting for the first time. And Jason was very inquisitive today.
Jason Jr.
Yes, Jason Jr. JJ. And so he came in with his dad, because I went in first, and then he came in with his dad with his little brother, and he saw the setup. And while Jason Senior was voting, I'm talking him through, like, this gentleman does this ladies do that. And then he went off on his own and decided just to ask his own questions. And he's very, very proud. He's a very polite young man. And he asked very legitimate questions on how the procedure works. And no, it was great. I think it was an excellent learning experience for him, his first voting experience that he will, learn from and probably have more questions for next time. So no, I enjoyed the experience, and I could see he enjoyed it as well.
Yeah, I
Good.
wasn't exposed to the elections on that level. And Mark, you nodded your head when we said homeschooling, so you must be an advocate for that idea. So yeah,
Huge,
JJ
huge
and the little
proponent.
one, 6 years old, yeah, they got to go see how the election is actually run, and that's not the stuff that they normally take kids to. They just keep them there, learning about how privileged they are and how ashamed they should be. So, we do it differently around here. So, what do you think about that, Mark? Homeschooling?
Yeah, I'm a big proponent of homeschooling. Anybody, I mean, we're in an economic system that doesn't really help a lot of families, especially single parent families, to do that. It's school has become a daycare for a lot of families, and because they simply have to go to work to put food on the table, to pay the mortgage, to pay the rent, whatever it is. So we're in this economic system that doesn't allow for a lot of that. But anybody who has an opportunity to do that, by all means, pull your kids out of the public education system. It's an indoctrination center. It's a social environment. It has nothing to do with education anymore. They don't
Mhm.
teach history. They don't teach biology. They don't teach the sciences. It's social engineering is what it really boils down to. And so the more that people can move away from that, the better.
And
Yeah.
one thing I want to touch base on in terms of the education system, and like a big issue is that I've heard a lot of people talk about it. Even if they do pull their kids out of the public education system, they're still forced to pay for it, through various taxes. So there are some states in the United States that they offer a voucher where you can apply the amount that it would cost for for 1 year of a public school towards towards a private system, or various other means. So like I think that's one thing that we really have to do here, because I don't think that we should be forced to pay for things that we don't want. This comes to public education, public health there as well. So I think that we should be talking about that as well.
Now, John, in this election, Notley talked a lot about trying to reduce classroom sizes and build more schools because the number of children in the school system is growing. And she really harped on that as a big problem in this particular election. However, she didn't talk at all about homeschooling, which would actually help those particular problems. If there's more people homeschooling and they're taking the kids out of the public system, there'll
Oh,
be a lot more resources freed up. So, John, what do you think about Notley's position on expanding schools, getting more kids in there, and work on the indoctrination, and not in encouraging real solutions like possibly homeschooling?
Homeschooling is a great idea. However, it places certain burdens on the family. And it also takes away from that uh, social learning to be more independent thinking. And as my father used to say, you have to get out there in society and rub shoulders with other people.
Mhm.
And there's that factor is not part of homeschooling. Um, I believe homeschooling is a failure of the system, but the system needs to be changed. And it's not going to be, certainly not going to be changed from within. We as Canadians, we just have to dispense with what exists in the public school system now. I mean, we're paying for it. If you're going to homeschool your children, um, then you shouldn't have to pay public school taxes. It's that simple. Uh,
Yeah.
and if the system is only going to facilitate um, this social credit atmosphere amongst young people, because what happens basically in the public school system across Canada is that when the socialist factions that is in every province, and it's administered by the country, um, when it can intercept your child in those blank slate formative years, then it's got the child um, in their grasp, and then they become manipulated. And it's like you said, uh, Jason, the other day on one of your programs, and it's true. This is the greatest spy there is.
Yeah.
The greatest spy that's ever been made. And I remember when my kids, when I would give them my old Blackberries, so they would have some sort of communication device so they could be in touch with my wife or myself when they were going to school, when they were young. You couldn't have them in school. You couldn't have them on. They had to be tucked away, or, the teachers would even say, don't bring them to school. But then when they came out with these devices here, that all changed, and it became part of the curriculum. So young people, they need our they need our respect, and they need our devotion. And I think what we're doing is we're peddling them off, as was said already. It's a form of babysitting. It's a form of so you can go and you can make a buck and keep a roof over your head and food on the table. And that's what it's become. And we've given free rein, because we're so busy. We've given free rein to these socialists, school boards, police service boards, municipal councils. We've given them free rein to dictate to our young people who haven't formed independent thought yet. So absolutely, I'm all for homeschool. There's nothing wrong with that. But no more double dipping. If you're going to take time out of your life to homeschool your children and give them that shot, then you shouldn't have to pay public school taxes.
And I think you nailed it, John. Like it's evidence that the system's broken. The fact that we're even talking about doing this, whenever you need to kind of pull back because the services aren't really working for you anymore, that is definitely right. It's a good indicator of that. Because I would prefer a system that treated him well and treated my kids well and gave them a good education. We just don't have that. Kevin, you got to take on this as well, and you don't even have children yet, but yet you're taking good, close attention to what's going on here. So go ahead and let us know what you think about that.
Yeah, like what Mark touched base on is like, your family, you have to, you go to work and you pay the mortgage, pay the rent, and a lot of people that they can't really afford to take off and do homeschooling. But I think the question we really have to ask here is why. Like, in the 40s and in the 50s, you could support a family on a single income. Everything was a lot more affordable. And then through this inflationary cycle that we've seen over the last 50, 60, 70 years, it's forced a single income earner to be a double income earner, and you're even seeing your seniors, the liberals, they like to talk about we have great unemployment numbers, but like what we're really seeing is that inflation has driven people that are retired out of retirement into getting jobs. So like it's not a good thing. So like it comes down to the economic system. The system has made it so expensive that you cannot raise a family on a single income, and you can't have a secondary person at home doing like what was done back in the day. You're forced to go out into work, and you're forced to pay taxes to feed the system. So I think ultimately at the end of the day, it's the system itself that is, like, you can see my tagline. It's the system that is corrupt. It needs to be revamped, and it's going to take a lot of work.
I agree completely. I'm just going to let everybody know we were expecting results to start coming in around 8 p.m. I do have the, state media is going to provide the data to us right now. So about 8 o'clock, we'll start having some results. Azario, you actually had another take on this too, homeschooling and the education system.
Yeah, no, it kind of builds on what Kevin was saying around basically where we were from like the 50s and 60s, and the ability for a two-parent kind of family to be able to raise a child. And might sound ugly, but it was feminism a partial cause to this, in the sense that it now raised two income earners up in a family to be able to drive the cost of living up higher, whereas previously you only had one high wage earner and a stay-at-home parent that was looking after the kids and also providing a lot of that extracurricular activity, extra education that would come with that ability to tutor your own children. So I just put that out there. I'm not saying one way or the other, but that seems to coincide with the timing of everything that is going on there. The second thing that I wanted to add in was around the ability for our school systems to actually handle kids that are either special needs or on anywhere on the spectrum. So above, and higher functioning or below what you consider medium functioning. And we have a education system that is tailored towards the medium, to the, let's go along with everything, and the mediocre. It doesn't seem to want to reward exceptional. It doesn't want to really drive towards exceptional behaviors that are coming out of that system. It seems very cookie cutter as to what I think. I'm not sure who said it earlier, but that was one of the pieces that came out, was that it just seems like we're stamping kids out and we're giving them an education, and here, you've got this minimum level. We don't care if it's above or below, but those people, we're not dealing with them.
Yeah. Well, welcome Andy Lee and Joe Rampart for joining us. So Andy's down in Calgary, Joe's up in Edmonton. So we got some Alberta representation. You guys just walked in on a conversation about the education system. Notley has been talking about expanding more schools, expanding the classroom size, putting some more money into the system. But we were asking the question about, well, why don't you encourage some homeschooling? Homeschooling is a good way to get kids a good education at home and make a little bit of room in the education system. John put up a good point, Andy and Joe, that if you're looking at homeschooling, the system must be broken, because you definitely have no more faith in the system anymore. So even though homeschooling is a good option for people, it's more of an indicator that maybe we have a lot of work to do with the current system, so people don't feel like that's the only option, is to leave it. Andy, I don't know if you have any children or not, but why don't you go ahead and let us know what you think about Notley's position on spending some more money in education, and is that really the solution? And what do you think about homeschooling?
Well, I mean, to be honest, I can never really disagree with spending more money on children's education, especially when results are really, really poor. So, I'm probably actually on board with her on this. I'm probably not in the best position to comment, though. I do have two young children. I have a 4-year-old and a 7-year-old. And we're actually lucky enough to be in the position that we've decided to pull them out of the public school system and put them into private school. So,
Exactly.
but most people do not have those, those sort of financial options, right? And I'm only in that position because, because my ex-husband is able to pay for it. Most people are not in that position. So it's really, really unfortunate. Homeschooling is, I'm not sure, I've never really looked at the options and how good of a curriculum there is, but I think that they're definitely trying to move away from that, especially with, the $10 a day daycare.
Right.
It seems like they're trying to pull more kids into the public school system as opposed to pushing, more old school homeschool activities and things like that. So, yeah. And like I said, I don't know if we're going to be able to continue to do that, but I do definitely recommend, if you have that option. Like I said, I'm of the opinion that education is never really a waste of money. And, I've actually put my daughter, she's not in school yet because she's only 4, but she is in a Christian preschool, which is really, really fantastic. And I've been, just so happy with what they taught her, even though we're not religious. That was our decision, was to put her into sort of a more traditional preschool. And I mean, she just learned wonderful things. I mean, for Easter dinner, she was able to say grace for all of us. She gets down at night and prays sometimes and things like that. And like I said, we're not overly religious. I don't think that you have to be religious. But I think a lot of people are sort of starting to gravitate towards more traditional values. And maybe, that means sort of turning to things that were traditionally viewed as Christian and things like that, right? So sort of a return to traditional social conservatism, and I think that that's sort of what progressivism has led us to, right? So we're sort of
Yes.
like all moving to vast opposite ends of the spectrum. So yeah, maybe Joe has a different opinion on that. Like I said, I'm not, I'm not probably the best judge of the state of our public school system, but I did definitely feel that it was poor enough that I was happy to, sacrifice a lot of money to put our kids into a private school system.
And I would consider private the same as homeschooling. It's just it's where you're putting them. You're taking them out of the public because you're not getting the services that you're looking for there. And I think we lost Joe, but he's doing a Twitter space at the same time, so he's probably jumping back and forth. Paula, maybe I can get you to kind of touch on that a bit, because you looked at homeschooling in Quebec, you looked at it in Ontario, you looked at it in Alberta. What do you have to say about the support that you did find in Alberta?
That was fantastic. Just wanted to highlight something that I disagree with, something that John had said, and Azaria highlighted it as well. John had said that homeschooling doesn't encourage independent thinking, and I think it's complete reverse of that. And then Azaria had said, like, its schools seem very cookie cutter. Completely agree. Because your child is more free to learn, I think it does really promote independent thinking, because one of the things we initially struggled with our son when he started in kindergarten and grade 1 was do as we say, sit down at story time, do this, do that. And he was like, I know this. I want to do something else. And being at home does give you and your child the flexibility to pivot and adjust and still learn, but just move on to something else. And now regarding the homeschooling in the different provinces, definitely there is homeschooling in Ontario, and it is supported, but moving to Alberta was just, I was blown away on, not only is there a huge Alberta Homeschooling Association, the AHA, there's even funding. And I believe maybe another couple provinces offer that as well. But it's not a case that we required the money, but it's nice to know that it's there. It's encouraging you to keep your child in sports, keep your child in other activities, any extracurricular activities. The funding is there in order to ensure that your child's not missing out, which then adds to John's point about socializing. Our kids are in lots of programs with other kids. It's just the benefits. We arrange field trips. There's sporting activities. There's lots of things going on. When you find your homeschooling community, there's tons of stuff going on. Like, for example, 1st of June, so I think on Thursday, we're off to the International Children's Festival up in St. Albert's. We'll be there for the whole day. But that's an arrangement from the homeschooling group that I'm a part of. So it's going to be us on a bus with a whole bunch of kids having a good time, spending a day, out of the classroom, which is fun and creates memories as well, but also just gives them that social and learning opportunity as well. Learning comes in many forms. We as adults kind of just take it for granted, but for children, it's like, no, everything is unique. And if you can expose them to as many different things as possible.
Now, it was definitely a sacrifice for us to make that possible. We didn't have the ability, other than you had to sacrifice the rest of, at least for the time being, your career in order to make this possible. You became a teacher. And it looks like we got Joe back too, which is great.
And that is an adjustment. It's not only was an adjustment for me, but it is an adjustment for the children as well, because I'm no longer just mum. I'm mum, and then I've got to put my teacher hat. And it does take time for them to adapt to that. And there are sometimes struggles where they don't want me to put the teacher hat on.
Right.
But it's worthwhile, and yeah, they enjoy it.
So now I'm going to switch a little bit here. We've been doing education for a bit. I want to talk about sovereignty. What Alberta might be pushing for if Danielle gets in. What does it mean? Joe, I think we have you. We might be getting you between some Twitter spaces here. But if you're there, Joe, why don't you go ahead and give me your take on Danielle's at least talk and chatter about sovereignty, the Sovereignty Act, and whether or not you think there's any teeth there, and whether or not it's going to help Alberta and then potentially the rest of Canada.
Well, good evening, my friends. Thank you so much,
Thank you
Jason.
for coming, Joe. I love that voice.
It's been an opportunity this evening, jumping between spaces and telephone calls, Zoom calls, lots going on in Alberta. Your
Yes.
question, the Alberta sovereignty issue, is this really the game play that's on the table? And if so, does it have any teeth? I'm not sure that's a good interpretation. I see it more so as Alberta wanting to be what Alberta can be. And that's going to take some boldness on Alberta's leadership's part. And I think that Danielle is up to the task. And Albertans are believing her. We can't believe Rachel anymore. It's time for Ms. Notley to take a seat, preferably the rocking chair on the porch. So that's the teeth that I think that this election's going to come in. And my bet at this point is I think we're going to be looking at north of 60% turnout, which would be just monumental in Alberta history again. So, but Alberta needs to take this tonight, and I'm calling it UCP right here.
Oh, well done. So we can just wrap up right now, everybody. Well, thank you for showing up. Joe called it. I wish it was that easy. Joe, do you have any concerns about whether or not this election will be counted properly? Because we've reported some issues here in the rural area ourselves. We didn't receive a voting card. We went to our regular voting place, which is our town community center, and we got turned around, and they didn't know where to send us. We had to pull up our deed to get our plot information, put that into the Alberta website, and then it told us where to go. Those are a lot of hoops just to jump through, and I'm a very active and desirable voter. I want to go vote. What about people who run into a hurdle or two? Are they going to just stay home or go home? And do you think that was by design?
I don't believe it was entirely on design. I think it was by lack of competence on the election workers' part, that they may not totally understand what was imparted in their information sessions. Myself, I happen to have a P.O. box on my driver's license, but I'm registered at my home address. I attended with my voter card to the local voting poll this morning, and I was in and out in under 100 seconds, my friend. I have heard of episodes such as what you've been sharing over this podcast, as well as other folks running into issues in rural areas of Alberta. Again, I don't see it as a widespread, deliberate issue on anybody's part. No. As to, do I have a problem with the count? No. Insofar as it's not a problem, I'm happy with the way they're doing the count, because it was such a wide open advanced poll. What we're going to land up with is a very fast results tonight, because 750,000 Albertans have already voted. So the results will be quick, and all those little pieces of paper with a full circle or an X in them are kept for a minimum of 3 months in case there's any contesting going on. So, and as to the tabulators, from the reports that I got from on the ground, was that no, they're not connected to the internet. They're completely safe. So there's got to be a level of confidence, and I felt it as a voter, as an Albertan. I feel confident in our actual electoral mechanisms. That's my opinion.
Yeah, that's wonderful, and that's what I want. I would want to make sure that everybody feels confident in the results, no matter which way they go. Now, we also had some unique situations. We're a new plot of land. The address didn't exist in the Google database yet, so we had some unique situations which may have contributed to our confusion specifically. But we did have a lot of other reports from other people where the voting location did change from the last time, and it was difficult for them to find it. And it does seem to be a rural issue, because in the cities, it's well established where you're going to go, and you're usually not too far from where you need to be. When you're rural, 10 kilometers in the wrong direction is normal. So yeah, that can happen. Mark, thanks for coming back. Now, as a Saskatchewan, and you're running for the Buffalo Party, you're a PC candidate at one point, and you're paying close attention to this election because of the unique relationship Saskatchewan, Manitoba kind of has. How do you feel about if it does go Notley? What are you going to do? Are you going to go and help build a wall on the Alberta-Saskatchewan border to save yourself, or what are you going to do?
Yeah, we're gonna start building that wall. Absolutely. Yeah, it's, if NDP takes it, then my hope for Alberta, my hope for this country is going to be a little bit in peril. Notley is the antithesis and represents everything I'm opposed to, especially for a province like Alberta. It would make our job in Saskatchewan that much tougher, I think,
Right.
politically, to see that happen. Do I think that's going to happen? I don't. I truly believe that the people of Alberta are going to put the UCP in power. My hope is that within that scenario, that they elect some of the independents like Archer Pulowski and Bob Blayon and Marie Rittenhouse and Conrad Nunweiler and Fred Schweiger. These are people that I know and have had a lot of dealings with, and it's time to elect some people that have integrity and morality and the truth that they stand on. I mean, Archer Pulowski has established himself as somebody that has, full of integrity. He's proven himself. He's proven to take, the arrows for the people. And these are the kind of people that we need in legislatures. Somebody that's going to report the truth as to what's happening at the legislature to the people. And that's a huge part of all of this. We need to get some people into the legislature that are going to tell the truth.
Yeah, and I couldn't agree more, especially with Abby's comment here, where Alberta needs to get some more independents in other parties. And yeah, I'm running on the federal election as independent for that reason alone. So hopefully Alberta does wake up a little bit and we can send some federal independents as well. That would be wonderful. Okay, so let me go to Kevin. Kevin, this election on an economic level, do you think if Alberta pushed back hard on 92A, which are the resource rights, and we went ahead and tried to enter the market, maybe we went and built a port in Churchill, there's some talk about maybe doing that, and we reopened up the energy markets to our oil and gas, how do you think that will help Canada? How do you think that will affect Quebec? And do you think there'll be some positive growth if each province was pushing harder for 92A, which is to exploit resource rights? We might be muted. Oh, sorry there, Gov. Try again, Kevin.
Yeah. So
There you go.
ultimately, like what you're suggesting, I think that it's not just that Alberta should be doing this. I think that every province should be doing this, and every province should be looking after their own resources, and it should not be micromanaged or like dictated by this regime that we have in Ottawa. So like Alberta is resource rich, and the way I see it, like I'm sure that like people are going to call me out on it, but this is the way I see it. That like I see that Alberta's money has been stolen from them and given to other provinces. Like people say, oh yeah, they came to an agreement and whatnot, but I still think that it's been stolen to them. I think that a province that creates its own wealth should be able to keep it. I don't think that you should transfer wealth from one province from have provinces to have not provinces, because that's just going to create dependence, and we see this on like it's basically a giant welfare scheme, right? So like yep. I think that that really has to go, and if Alberta really got to see the fruits of their labor, they would be leaps and bounds ahead of they are right now. But what they're doing is they're siphoning off this economic prosperity and giving it to have-not provinces to try to prop them up, and it's just dragging the entire country down. So at the end of the day, it's a lose-lose. So we really have to get away from that. We really have to promote provinces. Like every province has something that a good or service that they can sell, oil in Alberta, forestry in BC, hydro in Quebec. So like we have this ability to do it. We just need to get the federal government off of our backs and really go down to a local and a provincial level. So that needs to happen.
And we have a full Brady Bunch panel now. Welcome to Ian. PPC candidate. I believe you're in Ontario, Ian. Why don't you go ahead and say hi?
Hey, how you doing? I do have a confession to make, though, that I was a temporary Albertan this year.
Temporary? How come it was only temporary? We would have liked to have kept that card going for you.
So in February, I had a midlife crisis. I'm 39, and I thought I'd try my hand at oil well servicing. I had a friend go out there, and he just loved it. And so I tried going out there. I do have 2 kids and another one coming, and it was just way too insane. Like, my hat goes off to anybody who can do that job. It was originally going to be 20 days on and 10 days off. And then they were kind of like, oh, no, actually, it's more like 21 and 5. and we can really stretch that 21 when we are busy and we need work done. And it was just too insane to have a young family and do that. But it was a crazy experience, like a real adventure. And I loved it. And yeah, it was interesting.
Well, one of the things I like about you is you're out in Ontario, but you've been following me for a bit. You're on all over the Twitter and you're forwarding stuff. So you like what you're hearing coming out of Alberta. Why are you paying close attention to this election this time around? Or do you normally pay attention to all provincial elections?
I kind of pay attention to everything, but obviously this is a big one because I just don't see how the NDP has any chance. And it is concerning that if they were to win, Alberta is kind of like the last vestige of freedom, where a lot more people value freedom in Alberta than anywhere else, I would say, in Canada.
Hey, slow down, Ian.
I went to Saskatchewan. We went to on the hitch, and I still think that Alberta, they value freedom a little more. Although one interesting thing, I was in a crew of 6. And no one really cared about the vaccines or the vaccine passports. Most people, they really just cared about oil and making money and them being hit in the pocketbook and resources in their job, which kind of makes sense. I just thought I'd encounter a lot more people that were against the passport and kind of were looking beyond just that one aspect of what was going on.
Yeah, I can attest that we were kind of disappointed with Kenny in a couple things, a couple decisions. I think the dead grandma conversations kept getting to him. For some reason, he folded pretty easy on a few things, which was a little disturbing for us. Mark, you guys, did you hold out a little bit more in Saskatchewan during some of this, or did you guys, like, compared to Alberta, how did you handle some of that mandate stuff? I can't quite remember.
Well, so I'll tell you a little story in terms of Saskatchewan and governments like the Sask Party, very establishment, very sort of globalist, are elected through rural Saskatchewan. That's the path to electoral success in this province. Right. And so back, when the convoy was moving towards Ottawa, everybody associated Saskatchewan being the first to lift the mandates and restrictions because of the convoy. But there was something else that was happening at the same time. The Sask Party support, which is, by and large rural support, they had 10% of the donations they would have normally had in February years prior. So their support, their base had said no to Scott Moe and his mandates and his restrictions. And so it was the next day where Scott Moe announced that he was going to lift the mandates and restrictions. And I'm not going to take anything away from the convoy because it did have its pressure and its influence, no doubt about it. But the people of Saskatchewan told Scott Moe, "We're finished with your tyranny. We're not supporting you anymore," and they spoke with their wallet. So of course he announced, and then the next day after Scott Moe announced, it was Jason Kenney who then got to the podium and said, "We're lifting our mandates and restrictions too, but we're going to move it up a little bit because we have to be better than Scott Moe." And so it was actually Saskatchewan that started the dominoes of lifting mandates and restrictions that got the ball rolling in this country. And so, rural Saskatchewan is the heartland of this country. I really truly believe that. And again, we're the only province that has a much greater rural population than we have urban population. And again, it's the values of rural Saskatchewan, self-reliance, self-determination, independence, and community that is the antidote to Agenda 2030, sustainable development, all these things. And so they sense that there's an attack on their way of life. So I believe it's going to be Saskatchewan that leads the country out of the mess we're in. Along with it, we hope with the help of, obviously rural Albertans. But again, Alberta's, demographically, 53% of the population lives in Calgary and Edmonton. So
Yeah.
it makes it a little bit tough in that regard. But, it is rural folks really, ultimately, with those values, they're going to pull us out of this mess.
And like what you said, like Scott Moe didn't wake up one day and said, had a sudden epiphany and said, you know what, we really can't be doing this anymore. Like he was only concerned about winning the next election, right? So, the government can only get away with what the people will allow. And that's what we were touching base earlier on your show is, the enablers are far more dangerous than the tyrants. So this is the issue as well. It's the people that have to stand up and say no, and that's the only thing that the government will respond to.
100%.
Yeah.
We have to activate and inspire, people in rural Saskatchewan, rural Alberta, rural Manitoba, even rural British Columbia. We have to get in Northern Ontario. We have to get people off their butt and active and re-engage that responsibility that somehow we've forgotten over decades. And we really have to take that responsibility seriously so we can hold our politicians accountable by asking them the right questions. I always, whenever I'm hosting a town hall event, I always ask the people at these events, when was the last time you saw an MP or an MLA host a town hall event where you could ask them the questions that they don't want to answer? And they all shake their head. It's never happened. Well, of course it hasn't happened because you haven't demanded it, and you need to demand it.
Yeah.
Mark,
Go ahead,
I
Ian.
ask you, did you do a lot of door knocking in your during the election?
Yes.
Because I find I agree with what you said to a point, but what's so confounding, I think, to a lot of people is it's hard to know who gets it and who doesn't. Like it's hard to size someone up and say they get it and they don't. For example, like I could door knock someone who looks like a rebel with tattoos and all that. Go through the list of how they look and they would be all for the vaccine passport. And then I could door knock a 90-year-old woman who looks like she's scared to death, that like a cough would just blow her over. And she was all for the PPC. She'd be all for the PPC. And so that's what I find is so hard because it's really hard to pinpoint.
So Ian, to answer your question, if I live in Saskatoon, I live in the city.
Mm-hmm.
And if I went through my neighborhood, I mentioned this earlier in the discussion. If I went through my neighborhood and asked my neighbors what they understood about 15-minute cities, land use bylaws, Agenda 2030, they'd look at me with stars in their eyes. But if I go to rural Saskatchewan and I host a town hall event, people are all ears. They can't wait for somebody to tell them the truth. Mm-hmm. In the cities, there's so many distractions. People are so preoccupied. They get up in the morning, their head is down, they walk to their car, they drive to work, they come home, they eat supper, they put their feet up, they drink beer, watch hockey. That's what they do.
Yeah, and my next question is for Andy and Joe, because they're in the city as well, just like you, Mark. And by the way, my old stomping ground was Saskatoon. I grew up on 33rd Street. Lovely place. Yeah, I just went east for schooling and work in technology. But Joe, if you're still here with me, you're in the cities, and as Mark is highlighting, basically all of us are highlighting, the rural areas have a very strong conservative base, but it's the cities that have a very liberal base, and that's where we can really pick up a lot more votes if we can really start changing a lot more people. That's where a lot more potential switching of the voting can happen. So how do we go into the cities, and how do we start, recovering some of those lost souls, if you want to look at it that way? Because frankly, if we can start picking up seats in traditionally strong Liberal NDP areas, we would have less nail biting going on here and a little bit more stronger leadership. What do you think, Joe? What could be some of the approaches to get a strong Conservative push within urban areas?
Well, that's a good question, Jason. And the short answer is to pick the weakest riding and support the strongest candidate. I believe the UCP identified here in Edmonton 2 particular ridings that were extremely vulnerable, that being the Edmonton-Ellerslie area as well as the southeast region. So we've got Bath down there and another fella. I met them both there in early February. Interesting individuals, long-term Edmonton residents, business owners, men that are at the pinnacle of their career and willing to put it on hold in order to serve Alberta and step up to the bat. And believe you me, that campaign was being well financed and well supported by the local riding. I believe that was strategic in nature to understand that politics is downstream from culture. And if one acknowledges the cultural base of Alberta and actually allow that to, develop into what Alberta could be, then we get strong leadership from within our communities. And that's what we need. So I see a real shift urban-wise in certain ridings. Again, here in Edmonton, of course, I drive down the Strathcona area. I see Rachel Notley signs all over the place. I drive down the old Kingswood area and I see Janice Irwin signs all over the place. I drive in the Westmount area. I see nothing but Sarah Hoffman, who called me a sewer rat to my face, signs all over. So, they're going to have a billowhack of converted, firm acolytes. But other than that, I see a shift coming in some areas. So going forward, again, we've got another, 27 minutes left to call it. So I'm still calling it as UCP.
Absolutely. And Andy, what I was chatting with Joe about was the cities. The cities is a place where we can make a lot of ground. Maybe not this election, but going forward, because that's where there's a lot of votes that may be able to move to a Conservative type of view. How do you feel about Calgary? Are there particular ridings in there that might be, a little bit more open to going from red to blue or orange to blue?
Yeah, I mean, I think that there might be. I have to say though, being in Calgary, I'm really surprised. Like even in my own neighborhood here, and I'm in Fish Creek. There's a lot of NDP signs, probably more than there are UCP signs, to be honest, which I was a little bit surprised about. Although today at the polling station, there was a lot of people there. It was really well run though, but there was a lot of excitement, and obviously it seemed to me like most of them were voting UCP, or that's what they were talking about. So yeah, I mean, I think anything can happen, especially because during the pandemic, people again have got like so polarized, right? So I wouldn't be surprised to see some ridings swing, maybe even sequence. I wouldn't be shocked at all, right? But I do think everything indicates that Danielle has a pretty solid lead. I think that they're feeling really good about that. Definitely, I mean, all the polls indicate that she's done really well. So yeah, it's going to be interesting. I had a controversial MP in my riding. So and there's been a number of controversial characters. Danielle Smith had to disallow one of the candidates, and of course the NDP has run a lot of candidates who are very, very openly communist, which is interesting. So yeah, there are some controversial candidates too, which may have caused a bit of if you follow politics really, really closely, may have influenced you to endorse somebody that you may not have regularly endorsed. My fellow made some comments which were perceived as racist. I definitely felt that they were iffy. I didn't like them. I was on the fence about whether I should actually vote for him. That's how offensive I felt that they were personally.
What were the comments?
So he I have to read I have to find the exact quotes, but he was talking about, the NDP are going to, allow ghettos and things like that. And, sort of referred to, BIPOC people as people who, vote for NDPs and live in a ghetto lifestyle and things like that, and are happy with that. So again, I can find the exact quotes if you like and get back to you. I found that highly offensive, and that had me on the fence as to whether I wanted to support him. But I did go out and vote for him regardless. But I mean, I think that there's a lot of those controversial characters, and they're not just on the UCP side, right? The NDP has definitely come out with some pretty outlandish statements. But things like that can definitely sway opinion, right? And it made me view that candidate a little bit differently, having that put out there. But it's also good, you shouldn't vote blindly just for your party, right? Like, you really should get to know your candidates. And I'm a huge proponent of not necessarily voting for a party, but voting for an independent MP. I've seen a lot of, people who are actually sitting in as independents. Like, if you look at Kevin Vuong, right, he was ousted from the Liberal Party. I think he's doing really fantastic work now, and probably representing his constituents better than he ever has as an independent MP, right, where he's not bound to any party. So I really like that approach too. But yeah, anyways, there's my thoughts on that.
Oh, for sure. And as an independent candidate, you are looked at, and you have to do the right things. You don't have party support. They're not going to bail you out. And every time you speak to somebody, you're earning their vote. Nothing's given to you as an independent. So it's definitely a harder road, but it established a better trust, I think, between the candidate and the constituents. And if you can win, you then have to work that much harder to win again, because you're going to be looked at the entire time. John, and then I'm going to go to Azario. Out west, we're starting to see a lot of support for PPC. They are a new party. The last election, they got about 5% or so. But out here in the west, in my riding, they got 18%. So PPC has definitely got some good support out west. So much so, Max is moving to Manitoba for the next election. What do you think about where you are, John, and then Azario out in Ontario? Is PPC picking up support? Are you looking at it's going to be blue and red only? From your standpoint, John, are you seeing people getting more open to the message from PPC or independents versus the traditional duopoly that we have?
You've got two PPC candidates here tonight, right, Jace?
Yeah, I believe Mark was at one point, and Ian currently is.
I'm not a candidate anymore. I was.
Oh, okay. Was. So we got two past and three, because if you count me, because I was for about a week.
Okay. Without sounding critical.
Please be critical if that's what it is.
Be as critical as you want.
Yeah.
No, I'm not going to. Incidentally, Paula, so you know, I'm not going to argue with the mother. You're right. You're right. And that's the end of the conversation. I just like to see people get their money's worth.
I knew I liked you, John.
Yeah, well, 33 years of marriage, you get smart quick.
It's
just
took
cheaper
a
that
note.
way. Okay, for this PPC, I'm a guy who likes to look at the big picture.
Okay.
So you look where the PPC is anchored right now, and it's Quebec centric. I don't know if Mad Max is going to get elected in Lisgar Portage. That's hard to say. That would probably be a good win for the PPC out west. If he doesn't, well, maybe that's an indication of their fortunes in the next federal election also. But I believe the Party A should be more Central Canada situated. The PPC candidate here, where I am here in Southwest Ontario, did a fantastic job of campaigning. And their signs were out there almost 2-1 of the candidate who was elected, who was a third-term Conservative. And it wasn't enough. The PPC candidate came in fourth behind the Liberal and NDP candidates they're not even from this place. They're parachute candidates who were unknown to most, and they got more votes than the PPC did. So that tells you perhaps people are not voting for that candidate. They're voting for the party. And the Conservative got in. It was 10 times to the next number, which was the Liberal, of the number of votes she got. And this is a very underpopulated place where I live. So the PPC's got a lot of great ideas. I think they could really do with maybe a little different management strategy and how they administer their business, especially amongst the candidates. And again, no offense, Mark or Ian, but simply there should be really a lot more quality control. That's the reason there's a party system, because you have to kind of have people who are of unified, similar thought, rather than going in all different directions, and having all different kinds of loyalties. And that's the only way you're ever going to get a party focused on moving forward.
I don't disagree with that. Yeah, and I don't disagree with that. Like,
would you disagree?
No, I said I don't disagree with that.
Oh, okay.
And yeah, and I think it's going to be difficult for a party. Rosario, you were next. So what do you think about what John had to say there?
Well, I'm curious if it was Monty who got in your riding or not, but because I am in a couple different areas in southern Ontario, but doesn't matter. PPC has been actually really not making much of a stronghold or any sort of impression here, where my central base is, and definitely not as much in the other area where my secondary property is either. Not much buzz, not much talk, very little representation, and I feel that the population base here is really bi-party. It's either conservative or liberal, and they're not willing to really deviate from that. I think Ontario's a little bit scared in the sense of once upon a time having an NDP government, and how that turned out for Ontario, not so well. So I think it really limits the choices here in Southern Ontario. But I don't know if that's a byproduct of the branding and perhaps the candidates, as John alluded to as well, and the selection of those candidates, where they don't necessarily come off as, I hate to say it, credible and is level-headed as the liberal and conservative counterparts.
Sure, there's not as much polish on them. There's 338 candidates that you got to raise, and it's a new party that has a lot of anti-media support. So the media makes it very difficult for even candidates to consider the party. My experience within the party is they certainly were willing to accept a lot of people, and they didn't really get to the point where they could be very picky in all the different ridings. What was most important from what I saw was to go ahead and get the support and build the candidate up. You're not getting a lot of seasoned candidates coming in. And Mark and Ian, I think you can probably touch on that as well. But Ian, Mark, I want to go to you first. Correct me if I'm wrong. Was Saskatchewan one of or the first province to elect NDP as provincial leader? Yeah, I'm going way back in my memory now.
Yeah, way back, Tommy Douglas era, CCF.
Yeah.
We were one of the first. We're the birthplace of public health care.
Right.
So yeah, I mean that's our legacy.
yeah. But then since then, you guys transitioned. You did a bunch of different things, and now you're one of the things that I noticed about Saskatchewan recently is on the transfer payments. You guys are basically neutral now. You're not taking or giving on the transfer payments. You're basically neutral now. So Saskatchewan's been doing some recovery for sure around that.
Yeah, it's.
We'll say goodbye to Osario, everybody. Thanks, Osario, for sticking around.
See ya.
think Kevin will get you in on the next question. Kevin.
Azario is gonna. He's not
I-
gonna hear a rebuttal. He's gonna call out the PPC and then not give us a chance to rebut. Give me a
Right.
second, Azario.
I'll listen. I'll listen. All right.
Okay, I
Okay,
got
we're gonna get
something
you
for
in the
you.
next one. Okay, go ahead. Sorry about that, Mark.
Yeah, I wanted to answer a little bit of that as well. So yeah, I mean the PPC, we're only 4.5 years old, and if we're trying to fill the table with 338 candidates, there's going to be some duds in the mix. It is what it is. It's how it is. And we have to take those lumps. And when the media completely ignores us, doesn't talk about any of our policies, then it becomes party responsibility to get out there and sell what we have to offer. We're the only party, and this is enormous, and I've been lobbying even Max to be more open with this. We're the only party that stand against Agenda 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda. We're the only party that openly state we're against this. We're Canada First. Decisions about policy to do with our country and its people should be created by Canadians for Canadians, because we know our issues better than anybody else does. So why are we ceding that sovereignty to an unelected, unaccountable foreign entity? So that's an enormous discrepancy between us and the establishment that a lot of people don't understand. And again, it goes to education. We have to take on that role. It's been my mission for the last 5 years to get out and educate people as to what's causing all of this consequential and detrimental on our lives. It's all attached to Agenda 2030, and people need to recognize and understand this. And when they do, and again, somebody mentioned it very astutely, that politics is downstream from culture, and the culture that we're in these days is not a culture of responsibility. It's not a culture of getting involved with politics and understanding what's at stake. And we have to try to move that, and that's an incredible undertaking. And so we're up against it. We're rolling that boulder up a hill, but we're making progress, and that's all we can ask.
Yeah, and if we can get 3 or 4 PPC in there and a couple independents in the next one, that is enough to start moving that needle. That is
Get
enough
in and
to
flip
start
some
bringing
tables. Absolutely.
For sure. So, Ian, you wanted to say something to Azario there before we let him go. And Azario, we're 14 minutes away from the results, if you can stick around for that part.
Just going back to the PPC not being polished. I guess it depends on what you mean by polished. Because I participated in 2 debates. I was disinvited from 1 debate, and the CPC candidate didn't show up to any of the debates, and they were invited to all 3.
Right.
And if by polished, I mean they all read from a script. The NDP, the Liberal, the Green, they all had the exact same answers. They were tripping over themselves to who could institute like a better vaccine passport, or who could get people more vaccinated, or who could save the planet from CO2. And no one's questioning anything. So they're polished, but they're reading from a script. They're all reading from a script. You don't
100%.
want someone who's necessarily polished. You want someone who's it comes across as insincere, I find, when someone's way too polished. You're not getting to that person. Then you're just listening to the party line, and what's the point in even having a debate?
Well, let me answer that one, because I believe that was my comment you're responding to about the polished. And what I meant by that is not so much where you're going with it, which is the candidate itself is polished for like the media and for presentation. It's more around as a candidate, they didn't have assistance with legal, with fundraising, with the technology.
For sure.
It was difficult as a candidate to go through like a system within the party and come out on the other end all ready to go.
But I like that. I like that. I had to build my own website. I had to make my own flyers. I had to do everything. And I just think that's what's great about the PPC, is that no one's come down to me and say, hey, you must say this, or this is what we're going to think about this. And you can have a different opinion.
I like where you're going with that. Like you had more hands on, and you're very you like that part of it. But what I'm getting at is you're one of 338. Not
Yeah.
everybody can build a website, and if you really want to have a good message across coast to coast, there should be some sort of, I don't want to say training or indoctrination, but definitely support on the
Let
level.
me push back one more time. Then you shouldn't be
Sure.
running. You shouldn't be running if you can't create a website. You shouldn't be running if you can't do certain things. Because think about this: you want people who are able to do things, who are able to get stuff
Yeah.
done.
I
And
don't
so,
disagree with you, but I think you're putting up some bars that only you can cross and not
no,
everybody.
I didn't build my own website. I got it done. I'm just saying, like, I got it done.
Yeah.
Like, I can
Yeah.
find someone to build a website. I can, because I found a lot of PPC candidates were like, we needed support or we needed help, and it's like, no, you need to work and get it done. That if you are going to drain party resources, because the people who are going to drain party resources the most are the least serious and the ones who don't, they're looking for someone else to give them a handout, someone else to. So I just think I'm with whoever mentioned, like, we should, I think it was Andy Lee saying, like, we need to vote more independent, although Kevin Vaughn is not independent by choice and he got
No,
turf from the party.
penalty.
He also,
But he's great now.
no, he's not.
He's good at-
He's awful.
No,
Okay, he beat me. He's in my riding. He was against me. He read from the script the most. He had a company making masks. What has he said about COVID or masks? He made millions off masks. He tried to say that he was a small business owner. The Globe and Mail did a article on him making millions, and his uncle is suing him. He's a scumbag. He will do whatever he can to get elected and make money and be famous. That's think about that. You're going for the Liberal Party. They kick you out, and then you flip on them. It's like you, just because you want to be elected or you want to be famous or you want to make money. He's got no credibility, zero. I can't believe anybody's giving him any credibility.
Well,
I don't know about all of that, but all I can say is I like him far more as independent. I think he's fighting a lot harder because he has to earn those votes now if he wants to hold on to that. If he doesn't have that name and that party backing, it's incredibly difficult to make headroads. Like, I ran in the federal election, right?
Yeah.
I mean, like, and I had to work for every vote. I mean, I only got a couple of thousand votes. I only started a month before the election, though, so I didn't have a lot of time. But I mean, basically every door that I knocked on, I got their vote. You know, even if I only won like 3,000 votes, but it is incredibly difficult. So, I mean, my point is, and maybe he's not the best example, but I just think, you know, I would like to see, you know, more independents go out there and earn votes and win and not have to toe that party line, right? And not be bound to. And that's why I know I'm in like a PPC heavy room, and I appreciate you guys inviting me in here. I think that we have a good relationship, actually, and I actually wouldn't mind to see, you know, some PPC candidates in government, just to keep the Conservative Party on their toes, right? We don't want them to go all wishy-washy Aaron O'Toole on us. I had huge problems with Aaron O'Toole. That's why I had no problem running against his party. And you know, I like people who break outside of that mold in general. And are free to speak their voice and you know, say what they actually think and do the work and try to make the change that they feel is actually necessary for their constituents, not because that's what their party is saying. I really, really appreciate that. So yeah, that's why I appreciate what the PPC is doing. I know there's a lot of fighting between PPC and Conservatives sometimes. I don't like to see that. Like I said, I kind of look at us as like different sides of the same spectrum, and good and bad about both, right? Some Conservatives are way too soft for me and not as outspoken as I would like them to be. Some PPC candidates are a little bit too far out there for me, right? But you know, I appreciate what all of them bring to the table collectively, right? And I like it when we can find middle ground.
Well, I'm going to let everybody know that. One second, Ian. I'm going to let everybody know that on Monday, June 5th, Ian's back for the full 2 hours. This is going to be a wonderful episode, so I'm looking forward to that, Ian. Go ahead.
Looking forward to it too. I think that part of the problem is we looked at an election, and I know that, yeah, it's going to be, I think, is it Kevin? Government corrupt?
Yeah.
Yes.
You know, he was saying that this is going to take 10, 20 years, and I think Mark and other people agree with that too. Part of the problem during the election is, and I campaigned because I knew I was in a very liberal riding who a lot of people were obsessed with vaccine passports. So I have a finance background. I campaigned on cost of living and inflation And this was before inflation had hit, and was the big issue that it is today. So I think that the problem was I was door knocking and people's homes were doubling in value, and they were getting showered with money, and they were getting to sit at home, work 10% of the amount or 20% of the amount. And so everyone was happy. No one was in the mood for a change or needed a change. The people who saw the snowball coming down the hill, they wanted the change, but that they were in the minorities. Too many people were making too much money and just sitting at home and watching Netflix, and they just weren't bothered. Whereas I think that if the economy collapses like a lot of people think it's going to collapse, people will then look for a change and really start to say, what went on here? Like, what's going on? But I just think that when your condo is doubling in value, you don't really want to change for whatever reason.
Yeah, so like I kind of want to touch base on this. Like a lot of people, they're looking for like some sort of collapse, but like I think it is happening, and I think it has been happening. Like you keep in mind a lot of the collapses throughout history, they haven't been deflationary, so you haven't seen asset prices drop. You've actually seen them hyperinflate. So it's the dollar itself that is going to collapse. So if the dollar is going to collapse, and everything priced in dollars is going to hyperinflate up, and so it's going to be like a crack up boom. So that's what we're seeing right now. We're in the earlier stages, and to touch base on the election with with the NDP, because we were talking about that right now, and like I don't really understand why we allow failed politicians to rerun again. Like Rachel Notley was kicked to the curb pretty hard, and like I remember her through the COVID, and I remember Jagmeet Singh, and both parties on a provincial and a federal level, they did support like mandatory vaccinations, and that like whatever your view is on vaccinations, like get it or not, but like to actually force this on somebody, that's absolutely, that's lunacy, it's madness. So like just on that aspect alone, she shouldn't even have the ability to come at the table, because what they're pushing is crazy. And to touch base on the PPC, and a lot of people are talking about if it wasn't for the PPC, then the Conservatives would have won, but like, and they're taking away all these votes, but like if the Conservatives, like, they're going to try to blame everything on the PPC, but like why don't they just become a better party? Like there's clearly reasons why people are leaving them, and people like right off the bat, I'm not a PPC candidate. I don't vote PPC, so I just want to say that I'm just giving my views and my opinions, and a lot of people that vote PPC, they didn't come from the Conservative. I'm like, sure, you can have your like 20, 30, 40%, but like there are people that from all across the spectrum. Like I've talked to people that were ex-NDP and ex-Liberal supporters that turned it into PPC. So it's like people that thought that they were politically homeless, that they didn't really have a home, or people that are really wanting to fight against the establishment, because you have three establishment parties, and then the only mainstream party that's not an establishment party people view is the PPC. So that's what I think it is, and it's funny that the vote seemed to be capped at like 5%, like 4.9% across the board. It's just like they weren't allowed to get any more than 5% on a national level. And like I know a lot of people that voted for PPC that were like longtime Liberal voters, and so to get them at a 5% level didn't really make sense to me. So I think that there was a lot of games going on the federal level that siphoned away a lot of the power, because one thing that the PPC will be really good at in terms of an opposition, or like a balance of power, is to hold the other parties accountable, because even the CPC, like to me, I see them as left of center. The Liberals are way left of center, and the NDP are downright communist. So like the only, like, to me, it's a center right party. Like they try to paint them as far right, but they're not. So like to think to call the PPC a far right party just shows how far left we have become as a country.
Mm-hmm. 100%. And I'm going to turn to John next. So, John, just like with pulling your kids out of public school because it's broken, is this an indicator when there's another party that's getting a lot of support, like the PPC, because maybe Conservative Party is broken? Is this kind of the same thing in your eyes?
No,
No?
not at all. Education in Ontario is a provincial matter. So in Alberta, I guess it would be your UCP, would it? Versus your NDP? Because there is
I
no
also mean on the
conservative.
federal level. I mean on the federal level for the PPC getting federal votes out of the CPC.
Well, it becomes kind of a feeling of ideologies that the PPC are saying this, that they're standing for things like no mandates and caveats to the abortion debate, and a building of the military, a rebuilding of the military, and so on and so forth. So I think people quite often equate things like education and transportation and public order and healthcare, those kind of things. I think they equate them to the ideologies of the party, regardless of what the party is, whether it be federal or provincial. And so, you're going to be voted for because of your party platform. And I've seen that happen so many times, where the candidate, the candidate is genuinely clueless, but they get elected because it's the party platform people were voting for. And it's the same thing with the PPC. So I think it'll be a good indication the future fortunes of the PPC once Mad Max gets elected in
results in
Courthouse
5
Lisgar.
seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. We should have results. No, now it says update in 15 seconds. So we're going to keep it on this page now.
Jason, can we try to pull up True North they're doing live from UCP headquarters? Could we maybe try to pull them up instead?
I'll look it up. Yeah.
Let's see.
Yeah, they're on YouTube right now, or are they somewhere else?
I know that they were having a little bit of trouble, but I'd really like to see if they're doing kind of the writing by writing breakdown as well. I'd kind of like to see them up there and trying to plug everybody to right.
Yeah.
Because we all know CBC doesn't want Danielle Smith to win. Come on, guys.
No, fair enough.
They've been plotting against us from the start. I mean, I really felt bad for her actually, and how she got torn apart by the media. I thought it was it's a big night too, not just for Alberta, but it's a big night for Canada. Because a lot of what happens in Alberta, has repercussions for the rest of the country. So yeah, it's going to be really exciting. Anyways, let's see if we can get them up.
It is unfortunate how we cannot go to our mainstream media, our legacy media, to just give us information. You don't need a bias, just give us the information, give us the facts, just tell the truth of how someone's debate went. It would be really great if that would happen, but unfortunately, even for provincial elections, it doesn't seem to be the case.
Yeah, so if you want, I can maybe put the audio on quietly. We can keep going. We can try that for a bit. You guys let me know how the audio works out for you, okay?
Well, I think as you were there, I mean, we had a young girl who was 16 years old, and she said she was in the throes of her addiction.
Does that work for you, Andy?
12. I am very certain that Albertans, in fact Canadians,
believe that just if we have something else to show in the background, because I think that they are going to be
place to use those drugs is the correct answer. So getting her compassionate intervention, as she indicated,
I'd nuke the audio, Jay.
She can now go on to live a happy and
so what I'll do is if there's stuff that comes up, I'll go ahead and put it up, but for now we'll have the visuals. And right now there's no reported polls from CBC either. So we'll be waiting a little bit longer for some information here.
I was gonna say, I think we did really well today in Alberta as in general. I was really impressed with my polling station. It was really, really fast. It was really, really well organized. It was in and out in under 5 minutes. I think there was only one polling station so far I've seen that has been delayed, and so they're going to be
Yes.
open, I think, until about 9:45. But that's pretty incredible. So I think the whole thing was actually really, really well run in general. Everybody seemed to have a pretty good experience voting, and it was, you know, a pretty well-oiled machine. So that'll be good. We're not going to hopefully have like tons of delays, and I haven't seen any huge lineups so far that would indicate that polls are going to be closing later, things like that, because they do usually leave them open past 8 o'clock if there's a lineup. But I don't think we're going to be in that situation. So hopefully we don't have to wait like too long, right?
Yeah, yeah. And I'm just going to make a comment to the chat. So the chat got pretty spicy, as Azario would call it. We clearly got hit by a big troll farm there. There was about 7 or 8 different people saying all the same thing, which were the negative talking points that the NDP had, which is only 2. So we can applaud Danielle to only have 2 negative talking points, the conflict of interest and the defined as racist comments, which again, I think that was a stretch. But for Danielle to only have 2 things that my chat is upset about, and for them to attack the rest of the chat for censoring when they clearly were just trolling. So thank you to everybody in my chat who was mature and enjoyed themselves, and to those trolls, I'm sorry, but I think the confidence in the results are showing in what you guys are doing tonight. So thanks for coming by. I appreciate that attention. And if you don't like that answer, maybe we'll do a show. If you're a real person, hit me up. I would happy to have you on and we can chat someday. But back to this. Azario, you stuck around. You were going to take off. So do you want to have any last words, or what's your plan now, bud?
No, I mean, I really appreciate some of the comments there from Ian and Mark around the PPC. Like, I don't want to slag on the party because I know that it is a young party and it's trying to gain momentum. I feel that they've got some really good core fundamentals underneath the party itself. And I think Jason, you've also mentioned that there is kind of the construct of having a party whip and really getting that a consistent message out there. And I think that needs to be applied more in practice for a lot of the candidates that are there. My biggest problem with the PPC right now is around the ability, I think, for them to be taken somewhat seriously with Max as the leader. And I don't say that lightly because I just think that they seem very fanatical, and that is a really tough obstacle to overcome. And I think Max himself is a very good person. He's got a noble heart. He's got the right direction, the moral compass to go the right way. But I just don't know that his media reputation has been damaged so significantly, in my opinion, that it's going to be really hard to come back from that.
No, for sure. And I'm
In what way?
I think a fair number of Canadians look at him as being a complete right-wing conspiracy nut.
I'm going to touch a little bit more on that, Azario, and I'm going to turn to Mark for this, because there's another thing that is strong out here, and that's his accent. When he speaks, and it's very strong French, there's a lot of ears out here that just reject that. Is that the same thing for you, Mark? Did you find that was an issue in Saskatchewan? Because in Alberta, we have that whole Quebec, Alberta, we're rivals. We get told all the time in French and with the French accent that we're dirty Albertans. So we have in our ear a disdain for the French language. Did you find that as well? And look, I'm French. Bonjour, je m'appelle Jason. So I'm not speaking out of turn here, because I definitely have been receiving some pushback just for my last name out here. Mark, have you seen something similar in Saskatchewan? And then I'll go to Ian. What about you in Ontario?
I actually don't know what the big deal is. I have never had a problem understanding Max when he speaks.
I don't think it's the not understanding. It's just
his English has gotten a lot better than it used to be, and that's because he's immersed himself in places like Saskatchewan, Alberta, Manitoba, and others. as he tours the country. And so this idea that people have to judge him because of his French accent is ridiculous. It has zero basis for anything judgmental. Because he's from Quebec, he's got to hate Alberta. Well, that's wrong. He's the Quebecer that's from Alberta, or the Albertan that's from Quebec. And he's for our energy industry. He's for pipelines. He's for prosperity. And so if you get past this judgmental
Prejudice.
opinion about his accent, and look at his policies and what he represents, then it's pretty easy to accept the guy. I've never understood his accent being a stumbling block for somebody to support him, especially out here in Saskatchewan or even Alberta. It is
for Alberta. It's because French leadership for quite some time has those sound bites, and it's not Max. It's the French accent that they hear for decades that talks bad about Alberta. It's not a.
But people have to not be so surface level in their judgments, and go a little bit deeper into what we actually stand for. And if you actually supported the PPC and got some PPC elected, we would be the defenders of your energy industry, of your pipelines, of all the things that you hold dear as an Albertan or in Saskatchewan. And this is what it's so frustrating to me, that they judge him because of his accent. Because yes, I get it. The West has been screwed over by Laurentian elites who speak French. I get it. I completely understand that. But don't judge Max because he has a Quebec accent. Judge him for what he stands for.
Oh, correct. And that's kind of where Azaria was going. Like, listen to the message. The message is good. So listen to the message. And we're making some headway out here. So I can rest assured there, Mark, it not as bad as it used to be. We've got Kelly Lorenzo. I say his name wrong all the time. The lieutenant for Western. Yeah, he's going to be on the show on Friday. He's very articulate. He does a great job. So he's really helping Alberta wake up to the PPC message. Back to Ian. So out in Ontario, I'm suspecting that's not an issue at all. But are they listening to the message? Is it hard for PPC to get the message out?
Yeah, I find his accent is endearing, and I would think he's redeeming Quebecers to Alberta because he's speaking more of the right tune than even they are. He's going more, he's attacking Ottawa more than they usually do. So the accent is I don't know why anyone would care about that. But in terms of him being a right-wing conspiracy nutter, viewed in the media as that, I think I can't remember who said it within the Brexit movement, but first they make fun of you, then they attack you, then you win. And I think that they are starting to attack him now because it's true. A lot of people laughed at him. I'm going to be honest. I voted 2019 for CPC to get Trudeau out. And I really knew nothing about Max or the PPC. And I wasn't as into politics as I am now. So his message is resonating because I think it's waking up a lot of people. And Ontario too, Toronto had a freedom rally every single Saturday at Queen's Park. And some of them had like 10,000. Max spoke at one that had 10,000 people at it. I know Toronto's a big city, but I didn't see freedom rallies as big in other cities. And so I think it's definitely getting through. And there are people in the younger generation that I think he is speaking to because the smart ones, they're seeing how screwed they are, that like the albatross that we've stuck around their neck of debt that they're going to have to pay off or figure out, or who knows, it's not going to be paid off. So they put us in a horrible situation. So I think young people are, the message is resonating with young people that we're the only ones saying, stop spending, get things back on track. Low interest rates have killed the economy, that type of thing.
Sorry.
I was just going to respond a little bit to this. This idea that Max is a right-wing conspiracy theorist nut job is insane. People, the only reason that narrative is out there is because of the media who is always going to tell a negative narrative about the PPC. That's just the way it is, because what we represent is what it is: courage, conviction, values, principles that are going to turn this thing around. It is, again, we're working against culture. Politics is downstream. Like, we get that, but we have to be able to tell the truth. And if telling the truth gets us labeled as conspiracy theorists, so be it. We have to accept that and power through it and carry on, but keep telling the truth, because sooner or later, more and more people are going to be exposed to the reality of the situation that we're in. And the more, like we always said, we planted our flag here, the window is over here, but it's moving in the direction of where we planted the flag. And at some point, that window is going to be exactly where we planted the flag. And so we just have to keep telling the truth, keep telling people, and trust me, there's a whole lot of people in this country that appreciate people like myself and Max and others that tell them the truth and the reality of our situation that we're in. We're in a culture war. We're in an information war. We're in a spiritual war. And all of it leads back to Agenda 2030 SDGs. That is the root of all our problems in this country. And I'm not afraid to tell the truth, and I will continue to tell the truth, even if the media calls me a conspiracy right-wing nut job. I don't care. I'm telling the people the truth, because this is what they've shown us.
And you're not wrong, Mark. And the only difference between conspiracy theories and the truth is 6 to 12 months.
Right.
We saw that
Exactly.
during COVID all over the place, and people are starting to wake up. Kevin, you were next, and then Arzario, I'll go to you.
Yeah, one thing I did want to touch base on was like this right-wing conspiracy theorist, because, you know, I don't know, a lot of people know my political ideology, like where I stand on the spectrum, but like I'm an anarcho-capitalist, so like you don't really
folks,
get.
We got some results. Sorry to cut you off. 70% UCP, NDP, 23% early results. Okay, go ahead, Kevin.
Yeah, so you don't really get more to the right than my views, and that's why I see the PPC as a centrist party, and to say, like, you know, the conspiracy theorists, like, how come it's never like left-wing conspiracy theories, like, because that's all they spew, like everything that they've said like since the beginning of time has been a lie, and so like how come it's always you know one side and it's never the other? So like they never called themselves a conspiracy theory. So just right off the bat, you know, everything they say is complete nonsense, and they're just trying to peddle a narrative.
Yeah, we don't need a term for them because everything they say is a lie. Go ahead, Azario.
Yeah, and you know, I don't disagree. I think that the term conspiracy theorist, right wing, nut job are ill-gotten kind of labels that have been placed upon candidates within the PPC and other parties as well. Right? And it's a label that is there of convenience to really, you know, discredit anybody that is very opposing to their current position. But my question is that how do you counter that narrative? How do you flip that around and make it so that it's not necessarily a conspiracy anymore? You're talking about reality instead, and convincing people that this is the reality versus a conspiracy, that what you're hearing on the other side, is a very tough hill to climb over and bring somebody over to the other side. And that is, I think, really to me, the biggest barrier to converting people over to the PPC from even the CPC, is just getting that little nudge or maybe a big shove to realizing that this isn't conspiracy, this is reality.
So what you have is you have reality, and reality itself is objective, right? So like what is real and what is false. But then where you get into the subjective like point is people's perception of reality. So like how people perceive and how people view the reality. Like my reality is different from yours, and which is different from somebody else's. So and so like the people that believe the media, that say that, you know, all the stuff, like we're never going to be able to reach them because their perception of reality is already too far gone. So we have to really, the people that we're targeting, like, so, you know, 20% of the people, like, they're never going to wake up. It's done. It's over for them. And then, you know, you have another like 20 or 30% that, you know, that are maybes and your fence setters. And then you have the hard nose that are us. So like, the people that we're really trying to focus on, whose perception of reality hasn't been manipulated to such an extent that they start to question like what they're seeing around them is a lie. It just doesn't make sense anymore. So not everybody is who we're going to try to target. We're not going to try to target everybody. We're going to try to target the people that start to begin to question the narrative and begin to question what they see with their own eyes. Is just not reality anymore.
So what we need to do is we need to, and I've learned this over, you know, a lot of years, is just plant the seed. That's all we have to do is plant the seed. And at some point, something's going to happen, and that seed's going to germinate, it's going to sprout, and it's going to grow in a lot of people's minds. And this is why we have to have conviction. We have to have the truth. We have to know the truth and how to explain the truth to people so we can plant those seeds. When they experience it themselves, that germination is going to happen, that sprout's going to happen, and they will grow and they'll come to our side, because it's all going to happen. All of this that's been projected through Agenda 2030, sustainable development, is going to happen. The more that they attempt to ram these things down our throat, the more people are going to wake up to it. It's just a matter of course. That it's not going to happen overnight, and there's a lot of pain in the future, the relatively near future, for a whole lot of us, until there's that tipping point, that critical mass where people en masse are getting it and they're opposing it because they understand it's affecting their lives directly. And until we get to that point, it's going to just be more pain. I hate to say it, but that's the reality.
And like what you do and like what I do is, like, you know, you're talking about planting the seed and being, you know, the sower. Sometimes, you know, we sow our seed on rocky ground, and, you know, it's not gonna, it's gonna wither and die, or, you know, we're gonna throw it in sure. Like but like sometime we'll plant a seed, and as long as the sower keeps on sowing, he's eventually gonna find that fertile ground where that idea is gonna foster. And so I think that's really important. Just maintain our trajectory. And really don't let the naysayers and you know the people that all they're trying to do, I call them emotional black holes, right? They try to just suck everything out of you, and just like, no, just keep doing what you're doing.
Exactly. 100%.
And Andy, so we've talked about education, we've talked about getting the message out, but we haven't really talked about state-run media and how media controls a lot of the narrative and the information that gets out to Canadians. You were part of the convoy, you kind of saw it firsthand, and then you saw how mainstream media really twisted that one up and really didn't give proper information, which really would have probably changed a whole whack of people's minds about how they would support the convoy if they were getting truthful information out of there. So we got to work on education, but how do we also work on media? You're kind of you're a journalist, right? You do your own show. So how do we do stuff like this? Like, how do we get good information out through the media?
Yeah, I have a complicated relationship with the media. It's actually funny when Tim Houston won the election, actually Global News was posting my tweets on TV. So I had a little bit of a different relationship with mainstream media back then, and of course became a little bit disgraced when I sided with the convoy. But I do still, follow, and some mainstream media journalists follow me as well. So yeah, I have a complicated relationship. I try not to bash like entire organizations the way that I used to. Maybe because I do still think that there are good journalists within those organizations who,
Mhm.
and if you find them and seek them out and support them, you'll find them. You'll know it when you see them, and they do sort of subtly, push back on what I think a lot of Canadians find is in general a very biased media, and I certainly find that we have some bias in our media, and of course it really rocked me personally to view it in real time. That was why I joined the convoy. I was vaccinated. I knew tomorrow though. So I thought, I'm going to go see, because they were already pushing this narrative that, these were a bunch of dangerous extremists. So I thought I'm just going to go out and meet them. And I met them and I thought, these are just a normal bunch of Canadians, just like me, who made a different medical decision. And, I feel like they, deserve fair representation. So that sort of set me on the journey to go out and try to protect them and represent them fairly. And push back against this narrative that these were a bunch of awful people. And I mean, it was funny. I was at a wedding at the weekend and I was talking to people and that what I did came up and how I supported them. And, a lot of them were like, oh my gosh, you're one of those, right? Like there is really that perception, widespread among a huge, percentage of our population, that what happened was, and it was a little bit wild, right? But I mean, it needed to be wild, right? Like us marching along with a couple of little placards was not going to change government policy. We needed a very strong showing. We needed something that was a little bit outrageous, something original, and a very, very, strong protest, not only to get pandemic restrictions dropped, but to make sure that when we left, they didn't come back, right? We really needed the government to think twice before they sort of pulled that card on us again. So yeah, I mean, how do you do that? So I've sort of changed my tune. Like I said, I used to like strike back really hard at some of our news organizations, but instead I've tried to seek out the journalists that are really, really good and promote their work, and sort of make some inroads and make some friends, and things like that, and maybe give them some coverage and some access that they might not have had. For instance, when the Bikers Church was vandalized during Rolling Thunder, I was good friends with the Bikers Church. I know the people who run it. I was covering the Rolling Thunder rally, and the Bikers Church got vandalized. Of course, unfortunately, it was very, very horrible. And I was there, and I went right into the church and was talking, and all of MSM was across the street. They were all scared. It wasn't that they weren't invited; they were just actually scared to approach. So I just went over and I said, you know what, do you want me to introduce you guys? But when you cover this, be fair about it. Okay. Like, come get the scoop that you want, talk to these people, but give them a fair shake. Okay. This is what I ask in return. So I've been trying to sort of do that quid pro quo and hoping that that will be maybe a little bit more effective than, and I don't like some of the comments that I'm seeing. I think that when you make really, really derogatory comments all the time, like I said, I mean, I'm not the free speech police, but I will say that there's ways to make a change where maybe your voice is more effective than others. So that's something that I've tried to personally be doing, or, praising people when I find that there's a really good article and showing people that, there is still good journalism out there, and this is what I'm going to support. This is the kind of journalism that I'm going to support. I mean, Andrew Coyne and I have been on vastly different sides, but I mean, on our Chinese interference scope, we've been, perfectly basically insane. So I've done a lot of commenting on him and shared things with him. So I think, and that's the sort of thing that you have to do, is when you see, people doing that, give them the praise that they deserve, give them the recognition, and help those journalists build up their audience. And then that's sending a message to the people running, these outlets that, this is what there's a demand for, right? This is what the people want. So, I mean, that's just how I do it. Maybe people have different opinions, but that's how I've been approaching it.
Well, Andy, so I just want to, who would you recommend, like, that's within the mainstream media that we should pay attention to because they seem to be giving us good information?
None.
Yeah, well, I mean, I follow a lot of people who deal in foreign affairs just because that's my own personal interest. So, Douglas Todd is really great. Jeremy Sharon from CTV is generally very fair. Of course, I follow Bob Fife and Stephen Chase, and Robert has, retweeted me as well. Natasha Fatah, I find I always promote her stuff. I think she's a very, very balanced person at CBC. So I really like to see her, but again, that's more of the foreign affairs stuff. But those are some of the people that I follow, and of course I have good relationships with most of the Sun Media crew, but we're more aligned politically. But I've been trying to seek out good journalists like that, that do really balanced reporting. So those are a few that I follow.
So would you find that those who deal with international, like says the foreign affairs, have a little bit more freedom to speak the truth than perhaps those who are reporting within Canada?
Yeah, I mean, that could be because they're not, they're sort of covering international matters. They're not as prone to domestic bias, and everybody has bias. I'm sorry, like we all have it, right? It exists. I have mine, certainly, right, and mine has grown stronger, as I've gone through this sort of process. But so that definitely could be the case. But like I said, just I don't block. A lot of people block our news organizations. I don't block them. I watch them. I try to read them. And like I said, whenever I come across something that I think is a really good piece, or Joanna Chu in the Star, I find that she does very fair work. She's a great author as well. So those people are out there. They may not be exactly, if you're looking for an echo chamber, you're probably not going to find it, but you really shouldn't find an echo chamber in reporting. Reporting should be thought-provoking. It should elicit a response, and even if it's a negative response, you can always, you should be constantly molding your perception, is my thought, right? You should never be completely rigid and inflexible to new ideas. You should always be willing to take in new information. And some of these reporters have changed my perception a little bit. Or I've been like, geez, am I being a little bit too nasty? Or am I too right wing? Am I a right wing extremist? Am I going, down that road? Am I going a little bit too far? Right. So, but I do like having that other sort of voice to balance myself out and sometimes return myself back to center. That's just my thought.
And John, those are some good points by Andy. For example, don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. So there are some good ones out there. Would you agree with that? And are there any other mainstream media that you follow? I know you're a big supporter of this kind of thing, the independent media, but are there any mainstream media that you follow as well?
Fox News in the United States.
You still, even after all the changes recently?
Well, I mean, that's a topic of a conversation for a whole show, but I watched that simply because, yes, and when Tucker Carlson was on there, he was pretty well telling it like it was with the little man with the cute and saucy haircut in Ottawa and how he was behaving and all those things. Stuff that we just didn't get from our own media. But for me, media, particularly Toronto media, has become a real trigger. So I just stay away from it. And that's better for me because I work on getting the big picture, which means you have to ingest a lot of information to read between the lines. You have to hear people speak. You have to hear the pitch. It's often scripted. That comes out in what they say. That comes out in the angle that they're working at to convey a certain ideology, which is meant to formulate an opinion in the public. And of course, again, for the public, when people are so busy working, trying to keep roof over their head and food on the table, and maybe they're paying for children to be in school, or maybe post-secondary education, and so on and so forth, making car payments, mortgage payments. You're so busy, you don't have time to spend hours a day scouring the media available to figure out what's real and what isn't. So you get your 5-minute sound bite from MSN and CBC and CTV Global, what have you, and that becomes your gospel. That becomes your gospel. So it's kind of a form of cultural Marxism, really, that we're getting from the media, particularly in Canada. And I saw a comment here in the side that mentioned something about defund the CBC. It really should be privatize the CBC, take it off the Canadian taxpayers' dole, and sell it to a corporation. They'll pay 25 or 30 billion for it, and maybe give us another point of view in this country. One where they hold the government accountable and they're not the cheerleaders, and maybe we get a better angle on things like a convoy and blockades at Canada border crossings and so on and so forth. Maybe a little bit more fair journalism, real journalism, right?
So like the problem that I see, especially in the United States, so when we talk about, the media, there's like 5 corporations that control like 70% of the media. Your Disney, AT&T, Comcast, Capcom. They pretty much own the media in the United States. So the Fox News, the CNNs and MSNBC, and they own all of these. So you're never really going to get an independent view from that. And in terms of Canada, you were asking, like, or some of the journalists in Canada that you follow, and like one of the people that I really liked that she died, I think it was in 2018, before any of this nonsense happened, was Christy Blanchford. And I think she was one of the last real investigative journalists that held government to account. And there's one that comes to mind, Anthony Fury. He was pretty good, and he was calling out all this nonsense, but like for the most part, they all towed the line. And so like when it comes to mainstream media, and I think another big issue, especially in Canada, is like they're part of CUPE, right? Like, so like I'm not really an expert in that sort of thing, but so they're part of a union, so they're generally going to gravitate to more like union support. That's why you're going to see it's not Danielle Smith versus Rachel Notley. It's Danielle Smith versus CUPE and the media. So that's the issue there. We don't really have objective information coming out from the media. They're always going to pair a line, and they're always going to toe a narrative. So that is a big issue, and that's where it comes to like what we're doing right now is like we're offering a perspective that you're not going to hear, and all the names that we're going to get called, so be it. But like if you want to hear the mainstream narrative, you just turn on CNN, CBC, or what have you. It's going to be the same thing repeated over and over again. What we're trying to do here is we're trying to offer a different perspective, and I think people are longing for that. So I think that's something that we're doing that is a positive.
And Mark, I noticed that you made you didn't seem to like the idea of keeping any media, or maybe I misread you there. Do you want to kind of comment on your take on this?
Well, our media is paid for by our tax dollars to parrot the narrative. There's what's called the SDG Compact, and it's an agreement between all media companies, media conglomerates around the world, well over 200 of them, who have all agreed to parrot the narrative coming from Agenda 2030, all of them. And there's it's no surprise that in Canada, of course, we have the CBC, who's publicly funded, and all of the other mainstream media is publicly funded in one form or shape or another. And so I have zero confidence in any of them. Zero. I don't watch them. I stay as far away from them as I possibly can, because they have zero credibility. None. They don't have any credibility. I won't watch them because it's all a narrative to promote an agenda, all of it. So I stay away from it. I'm like John. I don't watch it.
The one good
And
thing
Ian-
about our media is if you actually listen to them and hear what they have to say and then do the complete opposite, that's probably the best thing that you can do when it comes to our media.
Yeah. And Ian, what do you think? The same thing?
I get that through osmosis. That's just
Yeah.
through social media is how I know what they're saying based on what other people are saying. So I don't have to watch, thank God.
And what do you do, Ian?
I just saw the NCI interview with Anita Krishna from Global News. If you can watch that and not think that they should all be burnt to the ground, like Global News, not only should they be defunded, they should be sued or people should be in jail for what they did. The media, people in the media purposely. I know. We all have a million stories. I know of a woman at Ottawa U who was pregnant, who worked from home, who was fired. She said she would get the injectable, after her pregnancy. And this was not tested on pregnant women. And yet these media outlets encouraged pregnant women to get it and didn't report on anything else, any side effects or the fact that it wasn't tested. They're all criminally liable. There is a crime within there. And I just don't, they not only should they be defunded, their licenses should be pulled and they shouldn't be allowed to, the whole media apparatus in Canada has to be burnt to the ground, I think.
Yeah, and Paula, we have a friend who's in, you can look at the camera, who's out in Ontario, had several babies, super healthy, but because of work, she works in City Hall. She's one of the DEI people. By the way, she doesn't believe it. She just teaches it. And she's told us that she doesn't believe it, but she takes a paycheck. But she was forced to take the vaccine, and now her most recent child has nothing but respiratory problems, been in and out of sick kids, major problems. These are dear friends of ours. And no, there's no one's saying it has to be that, but she definitely was producing very healthy children. They're young people. There was no reason why this particular one would have an issue. And yeah, we're starting to see the reports of that. And as a woman who's thinking about becoming pregnant in the future, what do you think about the media informing women about whether or not it's safe? And we're now hearing stories that some people have some regrets.
It's awful. Flat out, it's awful. One of the concerns I've always had with what they've been encouraging us to take is that it's brand new. There's nothing I've taken that's in my body right now that has not been tested in decades. Same for the things I've put in my children. And so I simply just don't understand why there was this gung-ho-ness about it's safe for everyone go ahead, pregnant, about to be pregnant, babies, go ahead. I just don't understand. I don't understand how our governments globally have done this to us. And so personally for myself, no. I used to say when it first came out, ask me in 10 years' time if I'll take it, because I think there's 10 years worth of data. I can make an informed decision. But don't ask me after a month, a year, 2 years. Way too much information we still need to get, because the information we have gotten so far, it's not encouraging me to. So I really do feel for those who are forced. And I think it's unfortunate, and I think on a global scale, it's just something that people should answer to.
And when the vaccine first started to come out, it was under Trump. So it was under Trump that they did the accelerated path to getting the vaccine out. And when Trump was still in power, the vaccine was coming out. You had nothing but from the left saying there's no way they're going to take it. It's going to be poisoned. They're not going to trust a single thing. November 4th election concludes, and then all of a sudden everybody's for it on that side, and they're pushing super hard for it. Let me look at who did I have it got to? Kevin. So did you see that change happen? And when you saw that change happen in the narrative from it's poison, don't take the Trump vax, to all of a sudden it's the most safe and effective vax ever. And that almost happened basically overnight when the election results came in. What was your take on that? Did you have confidence that this was going to be something, or did you just say, here we go again?
So like one thing that like to apply to what you just said, like people, that's the one big thing that people ask is like, how could governments do this to us? And like, if you take a look at history, like governments have a long history of killing people. So like, to me, it wasn't really a surprise. Like I like whether that is the intention or not, like history shows they've killed hundreds of millions of people in the last 100 years. So like, so that is the end result that, and I watched the narrative change. So like for me being like, so I've been in sales all my life, and so first they did this trial balloon where they launched it, and then they did their like public opinion manipulation and their media polls, and like 80% of it were against it, and then they started using like sales tactics on people to manipulate and to change public opinion and to get into more of a favorable. They I don't know if you remember, but they created this artificial scarcity. They said that like, oh, you can't get it yet, and like oh there's a problem with the delivery, and like we don't know if we'll be going to be able to give this to you. So like that's a sales tactic like right off the bat. And like for me being in sales, like I know the worse the product is, the more you're going to rely on marketing, and that's all these media talking heads did, and these politicians and these celebrities, they were marketing a product because they couldn't do it. That's why they had your emergency act, right? Like they couldn't do it in a traditional way, so they had to rely on other people, and that's why I think that we really need to hold these people accountable. And if you start to do like a forensic audit on these people that really pushed it, I think you would see a major conflict of interest from the celebrity push, the political push, the media push, and I think that's what we really have to do. Is we need to have a forensic audit of all these people's bank accounts, and like how come you went from from being a nobody to being a multimillionaire like overnight. Like there's clearly an issue here, or like so like that's one thing that I've been asking, and nobody really seems to care. They're like, oh, you're a conspiracy theorist, but like no, like there's a conflict of interest. Why are these people getting rich on pushing something and nobody's holding them accountable?
So how many?
I'm going to quickly say goodbye to two people. So Andy may have to jump off and come back soon. We'll see. So thank you very much, Andy. It was really good to see you. If you do come back, wonderful. The link will still work. And thank you, Ian, as well. So Ian says he's got to jump off. Thank you so much. I'm really looking forward to our chat, not this Monday, but the one after that. I think this will be a very good one. I think we're going to have a very thoughtful conversation. So thank you very much, Ian. You take care.
Thanks for having me. See ya.
No problem.
Yeah, thanks, guys. I'll try to jump back in a bit. I've just got to go put my kids to bed.
Okay, no problem. We'll see you soon, Andy. All right, who was talking there? Is it Mark's turn?
Yeah, I was trying. I think it's important if we're going to add some context to what it is they're doing, and yeah, I'm going to sound conspiratorial in theory, but I don't care, because when Dennis Meadows, I have a clip of him pinned on my Twitter if anybody wants to have a look. Dennis Meadows, one of the architects, one of the founders of the club in Rome, one of the architects through his book Limits to Growth, one of the architects of Agenda 2030. And in this clip, he says very clearly there's two options that we have moving forward to save the planet. And that is to reduce the planet's population by literally 6.5 billion people. We're at 7.5 now, maybe a little bit more. He wants it down to 1 billion. This is one of the architects of Agenda 2030, Agenda 21. And the other option is that we live under a dictatorship so they can control humanity, which is, in their mind, the enemy. So how are they going to achieve these? Well, it's not going to happen overnight. They have to do it drip, 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 incrementally. And what they'll do is, and then they've been doing it for decades with abortion, with euthanasia, with the creation of, a manufactured virus released on the population. And then in comes, the vaccine, which has killed more than the virus did. And then the reduction of CO2 is a fundamental building block of all life on Earth. We have to get ourselves to the point where we can accept that this is good versus evil. There is an evil agenda meant to depopulate the planet because these psychos see humanity as the enemy to the planet. We have to wrap our head around this. If we don't, we're doomed.
I mean,
Well, on that note, Mark, let me just. Sorry, go ahead. Who was that?
Yeah, I was going to say they have that on the Georgia Guidestones, right? Like they want to eliminate 80-90% of the population. It's out there and it's been there for everybody to see. So like they're not hiding it there. And that's one thing that I think is really funny is like these people, they live by a code, and their code is they have to tell you what they're going to do before they do it. So then when it happens, they're going to be like, I told you so. You just didn't listen.
Now, completely unrelated, I do have to do a sponsor spot here, guys. So just a word from our sponsor. 1 second, please.
When I mention now names like Merkel, even Vladimir Putin and so on, they all have been young global leaders of the World Economic Forum. Mm-hmm. But what we are very proud of now is the young generation, like Prime Minister Trudeau, President of Argentina and so on, that we penetrate the cabinets. So yesterday I was at a reception for Prime Minister Trudeau, and I know that half of this cabinet, or even more half of this cabinet, are actually young global leaders of the World Economic Forum.
Grandpa, be quiet. Shh.
And a little word from our sponsor there. So that's where you're headed there, Mark, right?
Yeah. So a lot of people know the Great Reset and the book that he put out, but a lot of people, if they like that book, if they read that book, they should look at the Fourth Industrial Revolution, a book that he put out a few years back, and that goes really into detail about what their plan is. Eliminating borders and having like microchipped like implants. So like the information is there. So if you did like the Great Reset, look at the Fourth Industrial Revolution.
Yeah, Mark, have you read that one yet?
Yep.
Yeah, and what's your take on it?
Yeah, 100%.
Are they telling their truth, or are they trying to just misguide us there?
Well, all of what they're telling us, there's always a hint of misguidedness. There's always a hint of look over here instead of over here. But yeah, I mean, in most of, like when you read the Sustainable Development Agenda and the 17 goals and their 169 targets and the 238 indicators, this is their goal. This is their plan. It's the Communist Manifesto on steroids. It's real. It exists. They want to achieve these goals. And in order for them to achieve these goals, they need to destroy everything that we cherish: freedom, liberty, justice, sovereignty, equality under the law, the rule of law, prosperity, and the truth. All of those are under attack because that's what they have to destroy in order to achieve these goals.
And John, you just heard out of the horse's mouth there, half the cabinet for Trudeau. They have a young global leaders program. We know Singh was part of that. We know Christia is the financial director of the WEF. None of this is hidden information. How do we go ahead and clean this out? Is there a way to clean this out? Because it seems like you would like to make the system work better, but we have stuff exactly like this happening. Half the cabinet he's bragging about is compromised. Or sorry, he said he penetrated it. Is there any way to get this cleaned up, John?
That's a dangerous question to ask me, because that's going to get us all in trouble and get you put off the air. I'm not going to do that. I will say that Schwab and Soros and Gates and all the rest of the cabal, they are really contributors to this circumstance has happened before, less than 100 years ago, and it was known as the Wannsee Conference, WANNSEE, the Wannsee Conference, and it's a conference that the Nazi hierarchy held to draw up the plan for what became known as the final solution. And really, this is no different. It's no different. 100%. So it's criminal. It's criminal, is what it is. And the World Court will never deal with it because the World Court is run by this cabal.
It's genocidal.
Right. So what's going to happen is eventually these times will pass. They will pass. Have faith in humanity. These times will pass. However, maybe not in our lifetime, or at least, sorry, Mark, yours and mine. But
right.
But for the younger people here, hopefully in your lifetime and certainly your children's lifetime, that you see this pass, and those people will be held accountable. They will be held accountable ultimately. And that is what I ultimately hope for, especially for my children and my eventual grandchildren. And Mark, everything you said is the gospel, is the new unwritten gospel. Absolutely. And one thing I found when I was involved with politics last year is that you can lead a horse to water, but you cannot make them drink. And obviously, you could tell people everything that was going to happen, everything that was coming down the pipe, which many of those things have in this last year. And there's more to come. We all know that.
Oh, yeah.
But people would look at you like you have a third eye. Because they don't want to believe, and Canadians have a bad attitude towards getting involved, getting energized, getting unified. We're not revolutionaries like our American cousins. You know, we kind of accept around us as being the norm, and especially where I live. People's attitude is, well, it doesn't really affect me, so I'm not going to worry about it until it affects me. And of course, we all know that's too late. So, you can lead people to their truth, but it's up to them to embrace it. But this world cabal, and all these figures that are manipulating things in the shadows of others. Governments have become facilitators. They're not leaders anymore. We haven't had a government in this country since, the little man with the cute and saucy haircut and the nice socks was gifted the position. There's been no leadership. And I mean, it's been said that perhaps maybe Stephen Harper will be the last duly elected Prime Minister of Canada, as strangely Donald Trump would be the last duly elected President of the United States. It's how it is, and it's going to take a concerted effort. So when Mark talked earlier about how we sow the seeds, that's exactly what we do, and we sow those seeds for the young people and the generation that comes after us, because they'll have to carry on this work. It'll be up to them. But this won't be solved, Jason, or anybody. This won't be solved in 1 4-year term. It's not possible. You just lay the groundwork, and then from there it continues on to really undo everything that's been done, even in these 5 short years since the plague. The bottom line is that it's going to take a generation to change it back.
And I think we have some good news around that. So we had some evacuees here, and they have 2 older children. They were, I think, 14 and 17 or something like that. And they are absolutely not woke. And it's not necessarily from their parents, which they did a good job with these kids, but they can see the hypocrisy. They see right through it. When they walk into the school, they see these messages that they completely make no sense. I spoke to a group out of Manitoba called Students Against Mandates. We're going to have Lee on the 9th of June. she's going to update us on their mission. What this is showing me is the next generation, not necessarily the millennials, but the ones after that. They seem to be a lot wiser, and they seem to be
Boomers
waking up
are.
a lot better. Yeah. So,
Hey,
so Paula,
Jason,
when you met these, yes,
sorry to
hey, Mark.
interrupt, but I'm trying to
Mhm.
share something here. Do you see that?
Yeah, I see that. I'll put that on after we're done this question with Paula.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay,
I'll get to
great.
yours next. Yeah, no problem.
Yeah.
So we did get to meet these two young people, and I was filled with a little bit of optimism that maybe that particular generation might be able to pick up where the one right before them didn't. What was your take on meeting them, and what do you think about the next generation? As John was mentioning, it's really going to probably be up to them. It might be their generation that fixes it.
Yeah. These two young people are great. It was definitely refreshing because we're, dare I say, like 3 times their age. And so it was really nice to actually sit down and have a conversation with these young people, these teenagers, about the state of the world from their point of view and the social issues they deal with. And although there's obviously a lot of similarity, school sucks for some people, and there's cliques and things like that. But they were just flat out saying, like, can't believe some of the things that they are encouraged to do, encouraged to think about, and primarily it is wokeness, quite honestly. And especially the older child, daughter, she's 17, and she's like, no, she's on point. She knows who she is. She knows who she wants to be. She knows the fundamentals of what her parents are teaching her. And she does see a conflict in some of her peers, and she's like, no, I'm not doing it was really refreshing. Like, no, I'm not dealing with this. No, I'm not doing that. It was just very matter of fact, and like I said, she just knew going forward, this is what I want to do, and this is not what I want to do. And her brother was the same, and there's going to be some that are just going with the flow, but I think it was very, very informative for us to see, like, no, they're not like that. And there is going to be a break in this indoctrination of what they're trying to do in the schools. There will be some that will break free, and from that they'll just grow. It will be a movement for them, because they're saying, like, this just doesn't make sense.
Yeah. Okay, so Kevin wanted to add on to this, and then Mark, I'll bring that video or that screen up for you. Okay.
Yeah, so like the way I see it is there's going to be some sort of catalyst. There's going to be some sort of disruptive event. Like it's going to be like slow, then bam, right? Like it takes one snowflake to cause an avalanche. And your big disruptive events, it always comes from the fringe. Like if you take a look at the world's best candle makers, they would never have been able to come up with the light bulb, right? So like our society, is more of a socialist ideology, and socialists create hard times, and then out of hard times you get the capitalists. So like that's what when I think about with the younger generations. Like for me, I'm a millennial born in the late 80s, and like I see that the people that are born in the 2000s, 2010s, that they're going to be the ones that are going to really experience the hard times of the policies and everything that we've put forward over the last 20, 30, 40, 50 years. And so they're going to be the ones that are going to be the disruptors, and they're going to be the fringe that are really going to change this back. So if you take a look at society over a couple hundred years, it's just a giant pendulum that moves back and forth from collectivism to individualism. So I think that they're going to be the ones that will push that pendulum back to more of a freedom and individualist ideology.
Okay, and then you want to introduce this clip, Mark, that you shared? Okay,
So this is a clip of Dennis Meadows. Like I said, he's one of the founders of the Club of Rome. He's one of the architects of Agenda 21, Agenda 2030. He's going to put it into perfect context just by what he says in this 2-minute clip. So I'll let Dennis take it away.
You may have to select the audio option. I don't have an audio option on my side. Are you doing a browser share or are you doing a window share? Because if you do a share by browser, you should be able to bring the audio through. Or if you want to give me the link there, Mark, I can put it on. Oh, you muted yourself, Mark.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, no problem. If you put the link in that private chat, I can pull it up and get the audio going.
Okay, I'll put the link in the chat.
Yeah, on my side it shows that there's no audio feed for that.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, no problem. Now, if we hold, guys, we're at 50 leading, 32 for NDP. So if we can hold, we got a good night. Perfect. Okay, so give me a second, Mark, as I pull this up. And
Yep.
what we'll do is I'm going to go back to Kevin quick. I believe you had a little bit more to add there.
No, that's pretty much it. I didn't want to hog the mic. I just wanted to get my views out.
Cool. So just give me a sec, everybody, and maybe Paula, you can take the stage for a second while I get this video lined up.
Now, for those who have children in the chat that are in, let's say, a regular school, what do you find that they come home and talk about? Do they talk about, maybe not necessarily current events, but do they share on the things that they discover at school and any issues that they have that they feel the school is putting upon them?
Well, that's probably a good question. I haven't been in and out of the chat, so I'm going to keep an eye on the chat to see if they respond to that, Paula. But I do have this video with audio ready, so let's go ahead and pull this up here. All right. Well, thank you, Mark. I'm going to go ahead and play this, and we'll see what he has to say.
But in one way or another, we are so far, globally, we are so far above the population and the consumption levels which can be supported by this planet that I know in one way or another it's going to come back down. So I don't hope to avoid that. I hope that it can occur in a civil way, and I mean civil in a special way, peaceful. Peace doesn't mean that everybody's happy, but it means that conflict isn't solved through violence, through force, but rather in other ways. And so that's what I hope for. That we can, the planet can support something like 1 billion people, maybe 2 billion, depending on how much liberty and how much material consumption you want to have. If you want more liberty and more consumption, you have to have fewer people. And conversely, you can have more people. We could even have 8 or 9 billion probably if we have a very strong dictatorship, which is smart. Unfortunately, you never have smart dictatorships. They're always stupid. But if you had a smart dictatorship and a low standard of living, you can have it. But we want to have freedom and we want to have a high sentence, so we're going to have 1 billion people. And we're now at 7, so we have to get back down. I hope that this can be slow, relatively slow, and that it can be done in a way which is relatively equal, so that people share the experience and you don't have a few rich, trying to force everybody else to deal with it. So those are my hopes. These are pretty pessimistic hopes, but that's what lies ahead.
So did he lead by example on that,
Right.
Mark?
Right. Maybe he should. Maybe he should be first.
Maybe you should lead by example and start that
Right.
march.
Yeah, 100%.
Wow,
Just
that's a pretty amazing thing to hear.
complete psychopath.
Mm-hmm. And Kevin, what
So
do you think about that?
there's one thing that's interesting in economics. It's called debt in the human bubble, right? So, like, if you take a look at the chart of human population and you overlay that over the chart of government debt, that they're correlated. So, like, when we really detached ourselves from Bretton Woods, and when we got away from the gold standard and moved to a fiat system, that's when you really had a boom in population. And so, like, the one thing about bubbles is, like, I don't want to sound pessimistic here as well, but, like, bubbles will always pop, and they will burst when they rise above a level that can be sustained by any means, and we don't know what that is yet. So I think the biggest threat to humanity right now, and I don't really talk about it a lot because, like, I know a lot of people they don't want to see the problem, but the biggest problem to humanity, I see it, is the bond market. So like, everybody looked at the stock market in 2008, and you look at the consequences that had, and it affected everybody on a global level. So and that was a relatively tiny collapse. So if you take a look at the bond market, it's 100 times the size. So if you have a bond market collapse, you're going to have a collapse that's going to inflict 100 times more pain than what the stock market did in 2008. And that's when you're going to see like sovereign debt crisis, and your currencies are going to melt down, and you're going to have credit freezes, and you're no longer going to be able to go to the store and buy groceries because our entire debt system is like just in time delivery. So like if you don't have access to that market, then everything goes dry, and then that's when you start to have like like people will start to go into hunger, and like how many meals away from total chaos is the average city? Like, I'm going to pose that question. Like can we go a week, 2 weeks? Like how, like if there is no food in the grocery store, because that's what would ultimately happen when you have a bond bubble crisis and a bond collapse. How long would it take before you see total chaos in every city across the globe simultaneously?
I would put it at 2 weeks, no more. I would say 2 weeks or more. I've heard these numbers before because the supplies within a city would be out within 2 weeks.
No, you're right. And like I live in the rural, like rural Quebec. So like, I'm pretty self-sustained. Like I have well water, I have a generator, I have gas supplies. And like I have ample amount of food, I have firearms. So like I'm not worried on that. And I think that the epicenter of this crisis is really going to be in the cities, and it's really easy to see. And like one of the questions you say is like, how can we win back the votes from the cities? And I think that they're going to do it themselves, and people are going to start to flee these they're going to be very dangerous in the future. And like I don't want to be like a fear monger, but this is just the way that I want to that I see it going forward. And it's not going to happen in like a year, 3 years, 5 years, 10 years from now. It could, I don't know, but like when it does happen, when everything comes to a head and this whole system implodes on itself, I think the city is the last place that you want to be.
No doubt. And John, I got a Twitter message from somebody. They want to hear your answer that you can't say on YouTube. We won't ask you to do that today, but let's set up something on Rumble in the near future, and let's go ahead and have that conversation if you're down for that. I'm
still not going to say.
Okay. Well, you certainly got people's attention.
And that's fine. No. You have to be careful. You really have to be careful when you have these conversations. You never know who's listening, and people can take this completely the wrong way. It would evaporate your show and all you've worked for. So we shouldn't discuss that. I'm very sincere, and I'm not trying to mislead anyone, but some things you don't talk about. So you talk about the positive things that you want to see people do, and you want to the ideology that you want to sow with a lot of young people that are really searching. They're really searching for the right answers, and it's up to people of my generation to give it to them and help them along the way.
Well, I appreciate that answer, and I really appreciate taking that extra step to explain to us exactly where you stand on that, and I respect that. So that'll be the last time I bring that one up. We can chat offline or something, but thank you very much, John, for having that protection for us on that issue. Cool. Okay, so Mark.
You're welcome.
Yeah, thanks, John. Okay, so Mark, so we're getting close to some results here. It looks like UCP are leading. The numbers are moving a little bit back and forth, but we're well over the 44 that's required for the majority. So it's looking pretty good here. Do you think this is going to hold, or are we going to wake up in the morning and all of a sudden Detroit sent a bunch of votes in? And then
hey, who knows, man? Who knows? These elections, let's wait and see.
Yeah, well, I think we've established, at least in Alberta, we got hand counting. We're pretty confident that the votes are going to be good. But certainly, if we go to sleep and we wake up with a completely different result, that would raise a lot of eyebrows.
For sure.
But yeah, so far it looks good. Paula, you want to say something?
No, I was just agreeing that it would be a surprise if we woke up in the morning and there's oh, look at all these votes we counted. But
Yeah.
I don't anticipate that, like I said, coming from Alberta.
Yeah.
I'm looking at Edmonton, and it's so orange. It's just it's so disgusting.
And how's Calgary holding up? Anything switching there?
There's quite a bit of orange there too, but.
And we're going to bring Ellen in on this one. Ellen says it shouldn't even be this close. I agree, Ellen. I'm looking at the numbers, and they kind of froze now for the last 3 or 4 minutes. They haven't changed. So maybe we're going to get some elected soon. Maybe they're going to start calling some elected, and maybe they'll call this election soon.
Right.
Thank you, Ellen. And we've had some good chat with Peter. Peter, boy, you've been very active in our chat, so I thank you. I appreciate that a lot. You've actually been standing up for this channel and answering questions, so I appreciate that. The perceptions we hold are constantly being played with. Absolutely, Peter, and I believe that's what narrative and agenda is meant to do. Now, Kevin, we had a really good chat on our stream where we were talking about Yuri something, the Russian 45, 50 years ago.
Yuri Bezmenov.
Yeah. Okay, well, first let's say goodbye to Mark. So, Mark, thank you so much for coming by. I really appreciate it. I'm going to see you Wednesday afternoon. We're going to record an episode, and we'll get you on live on Thursday. But thank you so much for coming, Mark.
Good night, Mark.
It was great to meet
Thanks
you.
for having me. Take care, everybody. Nice meeting you all.
Bye, Mark.
Good night.
Hopefully you wake up to a safer Alberta, a better Alberta.
Yeah, I'll say. I think it's good. I think we're good. I think we're okay.
Yeah. We'll count as chickens in the morning, though.
Yeah.
Take care, Mark. Thank you.
All right. Take care, all.
Hey, Kev. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, cool. Sorry, where we were leaving off there, I just got the message from Mark.
Yuri Bezmenov.
Yes.
Right, yeah. So if you can go ahead and remind people who he was, what he said, and how successful that it appears that agenda was.
Yeah, so like he was a KGB. He was a high-ranking official in the KGB, and his job was to ideologically subvert nations. So like he worked a lot in India and in the Middle East, and then he defected to Canada nonetheless. And he was actually worked for the CBC for a little bit until Papa Trudeau put an end to that. And like we can talk about that if you want, but like so basically what he said in the 80s is like, so you have a 4-step agenda. It's called ideological subversion, where your first step is to demoralization, and it takes like 20-30 years to demoralize a nation. And why that many years? That's the minimum amount of time it takes to educate at least 2 generations of school children in the and expose to the ideology of the enemy, and like, who are these big conspiracy theorists, like who are trying to really push this program through? And it's not it's ultimately comes down to the people, where you have one generation demoralizing another. So like we've seen that in the 50s and the 60s, and like throughout the 70s, that this ideology has really been passed on from one person to another, and it's absolutely fantastic. So then once you have a demoralized nation, and their perception of reality has been changed to such an extent that like no amount of facts, no amount of objective information can really change them back. They'll refuse to believe it. You can take them to like your concentration camps, and you can take them to like the mass genocide and the mass graves in the Soviet Union or in like Nazi Germany, and they will still refuse to believe it and until they're like put on a train themselves and shipped away. So like that's the tragedy of demoralization. So like that's where we're at right now, and then you have the next stage where it takes like like 5 to 10, 15 years is destabilization, where like you attack certain entities. So you attack the economy, you attack defense, you attack foreign relations, and you wanted to get rid of like free market capitalism, and you really wanted to grow the government. And that we've seen that here with Canada. It's been great. And like with Trudeau, he's really made a mess of like foreign relations everywhere he goes. Like it's a complete disaster. So you ruin all your foreign relations. You ruin the military, and like we kind of really don't have a military anymore. So like you can check that off the checklist, and then you move into a crisis where you have, and it takes like a couple of weeks and a couple of months to really bring a nation down into crisis, where you have with a violent change of political structure, where you move into the fourth stage, which is called normalization, and that stage can last indefinitely. So like that was one of the things. Like I started watching Yuri in 2005, 2006, and like so I really understood what he was saying. And then with the media, they were saying, "Oh, we got to go back to a new normal. Like we normal this, normal that." Like right off the bat, I knew that like everything that Yuri was saying was correct, and that's why I like right off everything that they tried to push, like I flat out rejected, because I knew it was part of a bigger scam.
And to answer John's question, yes, we only have mountain time in Alberta. He was asking about our time zones here. And now John was saying it may not be the next generation. Now, John, does this sound about right? It may take 2 generations to clean things up if we start now.
Yeah, Kevin is absolutely onto something, because it takes, kind of like they used to say at my job, if things don't go right first thing in the morning, you've got the next 10 hours to straighten it out. It's the same thing with everything that's going on here. I mean, in Canada is now, it's so heavily linked to the global manipulation that but the changes, because they're so finite now, it will take at least a generation to start to reset the motion to where it's beneficial for people, for human beings. Nobody should blame themselves for what's going on. This is not for human beings to blame themselves. This is this new world order that I was hearing about, when I was in my 20s, from one of the US presidents. That's all it is. It's a very long rollout, and it's very elaborate, and it's very staged, and it's just the stages are now picking up since the plague. They're picking up in speed and in pace. There's more to come. So therefore, it's going to take that time and then some to reset again to where it's beneficial for human beings to prosper. That's all there is to it. So Kevin's absolutely correct.
And I think you're referring to maybe a speech by Reagan talking about the New World Order. I'm not sure. But there's another speech by him where he thinks, he said something along the lines like, in order for us to unify and become one, we need to have an external force attack us, maybe like alien or something like that. And then quickly we would change our ways and work together. Could it possibly be, and I'm not saying aliens, but could there possibly be an event that accelerates this change from a couple of generations to maybe quicker than that? I'll start with Kevin, and then I'll go back to John on that question.
Yeah, I don't see it. Like it could be, but the way that it works is it does take time, and like it's going to take 1-2 generations, and we're not going to be able to speed, like, because this has been like happening for so long. To like, we see it, like you and I see it, but we're part of the fringe. We're the outliers. Like most of the people don't see reality the way that we see it. So like it's there's no easy fix. And there's going to be a lot of pain and suffering in the future before people really like. So like I said, I was in sales, right? And there was a story about like the dog and a nail. So like this guy walked by a house and he heard like this dog whimpering, and then he goes up to the owner and say, "Your dog's whimpering," and he said, "Yeah, I know, it's okay." So he goes back the next day and he's like, "The dog's whimpering louder, like what's going on?" And the owner's like, "Oh, don't worry about it." And like, so finally the third day, this dog is like freaking out, and then the guy says, "You know what? Something's wrong with your dog. Like, you need to fix this." And the owner said he's sitting on a nail, but the pain isn't enough for him to get off. So like there has to be a really amount of pain. Like, and it's sad to say this, but like we haven't had enough pain for us to change our ways, and there will be something that will cause it. We just don't know what it is.
You make a good point, because a couple of generations before us, they had the wars: World War One, World War Two, Korea, Vietnam. They had all these major wars that were really encompassing of the economy and other stuff. But World War II is really like the last big one. So we've gone a couple generations without really understanding sacrifice and pain. I'm not saying that it's necessary, but I kind of hear what you're saying, that you don't appreciate it unless you actually understand it. And we're in such a sensitive society now where like everything makes people upset or hurts feelings, because I think that they don't have a true scale of what is important and what pain is. So John, I'm going to come back to you on this one. Are we getting pampered? Like, is there an entire generation that doesn't really know what pain and suffering is, and because of that they don't really appreciate what it is that we do have?
Absolutely. Absolutely. If you, many young people don't seem to have much of an issue with never owning a home, never owning a car, never, maybe never even having children. It's
Mhm.
more the individual now. And I don't know if I'd call it pampering. I think I'm more of the belief that they're young people who, they've been basically set that way since they were children, carving out this need to have a family and uh, believe in something bigger than yourself, whatever faith you follow, and that sort of thing. It's been more about the individual. And if you notice, even with young people, um, they don't seem to socially connect with each other in person anymore. It's
Mhm.
all in the Great Spy. So uh, I think I think that it's really up to us to stop that landslide now. If you want to arrest it, sooner than later.
Mhm.
Otherwise, it's got to go through a cycle. It's got to go through a cycle. And does a war change those things? And all you ever hear about nowadays is a nuclear confrontation,
Yeah.
that sort of thing. Yeah, there are some real nuts in this world, um, who wouldn't think twice about pressing the red button. But China is the real enemy, and China is never going to press the button. That's not part of the plan, their 100-year plan. There's no point, because you can't really enslave and benefit from a radiated desert. It's no
Mhm.
good to you for 400 years. So why would you do that? And the Chinese are calculating enough. They certainly won't do that. It could be a limited sort of thing, but it definitely be a conflict that will change the tides, because it's human nature, right? Um,
Right.
it's coming, and in some form or another, it's coming.
So, like one thing I want to touch base on with this subject, when you take a look at like COVID, if you really look at it, it was economic warfare at the very root of it. So, like when we talk about the China U.S. and the nuclear button, one thing that I think that's actually happening, and we can see it. Like every single day, there's more and more evidence of it. So the United States, they became the world reserve currency in 1945, and they got it from Britain. And the average, so like what a reserve currency is in order for you to like buy and sell resources at a country level, like everybody comes together and they choose one currency in order to do this commerce. And since 1945, it's been the United States. And so what I think is actually happening is that there's a global push for the yuan, the Chinese yuan, to be the next world reserve currency, to take it away from the United States. And very interesting in terms of the Russia Ukraine thing. Like a week before we really moved in on a military scale, especially with the media, is they announced like a multi-decade, multi-billion-dollar gas deal, bypassing the U.S. dollar in trade and settling in euros, and then we see with Saudi Arabia, they're starting to get away from the U.S. dollar, the U.S. petrodollar in trade. They're gonna maybe consider the Chinese yuan. So I think this is going to be the crisis that we're going to see, and like people really, I think people really need to understand what would really happen to our standard of living and our way of life if the United States loses its world reserve status, because it's really allowed us to have a higher living standard for a very long time, and if we lose that, those living standards, they're going to go away.
And going on to the conversation about pain, do we need to go through that, Kevin? Do we need to have that standard change? Do we need to kind of reshape? Do we need to go more local? Do we need to go through that rough spot and the rough time in order to understand what we have?
Well, like I know what it's going to look like, and it's not going to be very, very good. And like when I talk about pain, I'm talking about like like I don't really want to say it here. Like it's just not going to be good. So one thing that I do, like I'm a trader. Like I like to trade the markets. I trade stocks, and there's something called Fibonacci time spirals. So you have your Fibonacci sequence here, like your 1, 1, 2, 3, 5, 8, and so on. But there's an actual time spiral where you can take a look at like every major economic event that's happened all the ways from from the 1600s, and you can output forward when the next high risk areas are, and your 16, 17, 1800s, and your Great Depressions, and your collapse of the banking sectors in 2008, and it's not a perfect science, of course. It's just mathematics, but it's really pointing from like 2030 to like 2060 as a real hard time for humanity, and afterwards it's going to get better. But like the next 35 years, it just like on the charts, like it just doesn't show to be real good times.
So when let's say December 1, 2029 comes around, are we going to start hearing about a new one? Are we going to hear a new agenda?
Well, like when you're looking on a scale of like hundreds of years and like multi-decades, like it might not be like 2029, it might be like 2032, 2033, but like it's going to happen in that decade. It will happen in the 2030s, and it'll carry on to the 2040s and to the 2050s, and there'll eventually be like a capitulation where we'll move out of this like downward trend in markets and economics, and move out into the next cycle. But it pinpoints 2030 to 2060 as a real dark time.
Yeah, so what I was getting at though is when 2030 comes around and they haven't finished the agenda, because it seems like it's like every 20 years or so they keep resetting these deadlines, or every 10 years or so. So we expecting to hear another one coming soon, that 2030 agenda has been pushed.
Well, their problem is that their biggest downfall is their hubris, right? Like they think that they're the masters of the universe and they can control everything through the military media and the printing press. But like when they lose control, that's when there's going to be like chaos. When they can no longer when people start to question things on a mass scale, and right now, like a lot of people have a normalcy bias, so like they don't think that this can happen because it's never happened before. But like once they see that, like they start to question their reality, their perception of reality, and bad things start to happen, and they can no longer control the narrative through the media, the military, and the monetary system. I think that's going to be the real crisis, and like they can push these agendas like all they want, but I think the real issue here is going to be when humanity actually wakes up and realize that they've been lied to for all their life about absolutely everything, and that's when everything is going to come to a head.
Now, Paula, you're pretty. I don't want to say new to a lot of this, but you kind of are. Like you weren't very politically active decades ago. It's more recent. So how has it been for you? Kind of like waking up to this Agenda 2030, waking up to your PM, not really looking out for your interest. You're seeing people like Kathleen Wynne in Ontario when you were there. What has it been like for you to kind of like come out of the not so politically active to now being politically aware and seeing the real true state of things?
It's a little, honestly, it's been a little disheartening because I was also in the whole idea of legacy media. Like you wake up, you catch the news in the morning, you go get on with your day, and then the evening time, you watch the news again, and you do get those sound bites, those little tidbits, because it was a trusted source of information. And then as I gotten older and became more responsible, started paying taxes, all that type of thing, and you start getting more of an interest in what is my government doing? Not just like what is my government doing for me, but what are they doing in general? And so, yes, it has been a case of where, as I've gotten older and I'm starting to disagree with what they're doing, I don't understand their logic behind it. And then as you start looking into different types of media out there and you're getting more information, or at least different information, like, wow. And then you're discovering that this different information is actually seems to be more of the truer information and the facts out there. Well, why isn't my regular trusted, 8 a.m. and 7 p.m. news outlets giving me that same information? Why is it so different? So yeah, it has been a bit disheartening. It's been incredibly frustrating. Well, what's been excellent though is finding that independent, supporting Jason and what he's been doing, and then of course meeting, every you guys in the chat and joining for interviews. There's more of us out there. And it is a case of we just have to keep trying in sharing that information out to others. And like it was John who said, plant that seed. We need to just keep doing that because we can't be like them, which is close-minded, narrow-minded, and focused on, well, no, this is what my, CNN's telling me. This is what my CBC's telling me. Therefore, it must be gospel. Well, information out there, though it's not being shared with us. For some reasons, unbeknownst to us and known to us on why it's not. I think we just, like I said, we just have to keep trying because the truth is out there. We've got to do our bit to go out there, find it, verify it, and sharing it.
The truth is out there. You're starting to sound a bit like X-Files, right?
Yeah.
Remember that? We all grew up with that. Yep. So I'm just going to put it out there. We got about 25 minutes left for this episode at 10 o'clock. I think we're going to call it. We're looking in great shape. We'll certainly stick around. But I also have to get up in the morning for Wayne. Wayne's going to be a wonderful interview. So I want to make sure I have some rest for that one. But John, let's go back to you now. Did you have a moment where you stopped trusting your government? Was there an event or something that happened, or was it a gradual thing because you just kept picking up the hints everywhere? Like, how did you turn to really take a look at your government with a more cynical eye?
Good question. It probably happened in stages. The first stage was Mulroney's second election in the 80s.
Okay.
And then the second stage would have been when Trudeau was elected the first time.
The senior or junior?
Junior.
Okay. Sorry,
I wasn't. I wasn't. I remember when Trudeau Senior was elected. Yes, I do. But as a very young person, the second time I think I was maybe 20 or 21 when he was out for the last time of politics, and I really wasn't that heavily vested in politics.
And then, how about you, Kevin? Was there a moment, or was it gradual as well for you?
Well, no, it was pretty hard. So I never really trusted the government, never in my life. And like 2001, I think I was like 12 or 13, but like right off the bat, like they were trying to tell me that like buildings can collapse from nothing. So like I was really young at the time, and that's what right off. And then I got my first job, and like why are they taking all this money from me? So like I never voted for a liberal or conservative or NDP. I voted libertarian, and then like I voted PPC, and then I just stopped voting altogether, other than like spoiling my ballot, right? So like I've never trusted the government. I've never trusted the media. I always thought that they were lying to me, and I think that goes back to the fact that like I was never fully indoctrinated in their education system. So like I left school in grade 11, so I never finished high school. I started my own business, and I ran it all over Canada. I went to the United States, and I lived in the United States for a bunch of years, and I ran a successful business. And so like as a business mentality, like, and you can see that the hostility that the government offers in terms of like, they don't want you to be self-sufficient. They want you to be dependent on the system. So like I spotted it quite early, and like I'm the black sheep of my family. Like nobody really wants to hear what I have to say, or and I was the person that was not allowed to especially over COVID, like not allowed to join with the family events. So like I've been outcast from society for a while. It really doesn't bother me anymore, because I don't know. I guess to wrap it up, I've never really trusted government, and like I've never really trusted the media, and like I've always just trusted myself. And people say, who should we trust in? Like the only person you should trust in is yourself.
Mm-hmm. I'm just going to let everybody know we have one elected in UCP now, so we're starting to get the elected results in. So hopefully we'll get some more of those in shortly. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to tell a bit of my story. So for me, it was in 2012. It was during the Mayan calendar end of the world, when all of that stuff was happening. CNN was playing meteor videos and earthquake videos, and 2012 movies were coming out, and just a whole whack of propaganda around the end of the world. And being a young man thinking about having children, we had our first in 2014. We were, I was really worried. Are we going to have an economic collapse? Is there going to be a government created problem? Why are they getting us all riled up? And then I kind of had a moment where I said, either I'm going to continue to listen to CNN and media and continue to be afraid all the time, like quite literally afraid all the time. Is there going to be an earthquake? Is there a meteorite? It was really, really scary during 2012. And then we had some family deaths and problems. Some really shocking things happened in 2012. And then it kind of woke me up. It made me realize, wait a minute. the family is the important thing. We lost some family. That's what we need to focus on. All this news from the U.S. is just scaring us. So that's when I cut off CNN. I stopped mainstream media immediately, and that's when, for me, I would say the cleansing started. I started to be less paranoid, less worried, less scared. The more I looked into alternate media and stayed off of mainstream media. And for me, it was more of a sudden thing because a lot of things came to a head in that particular month. But I can understand if you're paying attention and you're watching the signals for quite some time. For some people, it takes a little bit longer to make that switch.
One
Now, with
question.
that said, yeah, go ahead.
One question that I want to ask is like you mentioned. I think is that your wife?
Yep.
Yeah.
Paula.
So like one thing that I want to ask to you is like you said that like you've just recently come like on this side. Like, what are your thoughts and like your views and like just from hearing other people in this chat talk? Like, what do you think?
Not alone. There are some words of wisdom out there from life experience that I haven't gone through. So I'm listening to how people have formed their opinions. So like, I think this because so and so. You guys have been pretty thorough in qualifying your thoughts. So no, it's reassuring to know that and when I talk to other people, like, we're not alone. There are other people who share these views, which blows my mind on why I truly think we are a majority, but we're a silent majority, and the minority they know how to make their voice known. Like, they've got it down pat. And it's frustrating, but that's why I just have to say, we have to just keep trying, just keep sharing the correct information, and we'll just slowly start spreading the word, and people will start seeing the light, so to speak.
Right, Kevin?
Yep.
You want to respond to that?
Well, that was just interesting because, like, I just wanted to get like a perspective from somebody who's relatively new to this point of view, and see what they're thinking through their eyes. So, like, that's pretty much what my intention was with the question.
And then how about you, John? How about your family? Do you have people that still, they don't see it? Are you the black sheep of your family as well, like Kevin and some of us? How's your family makeup on this?
No, I'm an only child. And my young people, they love their dad and they respect what their dad does. But being involved in politics in 2021 and 2022, I did not put my family on display. I chose not to. They have lives of their own, and that's the way I keep it. So we all have respect of people's views, but I will say my wife and I have raised our young people to understand that they have to get the big picture. Your information cannot come from one source or a third party or someone's opinion. You find out for yourself. You satisfy yourself about what works for you and what you feel is real, and that's the most important thing, and that's where we're at. I just wanted to say, Jace, I've been writing down numbers here.
Okay.
I do everything mathematically. I use physics.
Cool.
And I look for trends and patterns in both the American and the Canadian elections, and how the numbers can sometimes show a trend to the way things go. And these trends tend to change the minute the election coverage goes off the air. So where you are, for instance, you're doing it and you're almost finished now, and I take it it's coming up on about 10 p.m.
Correct.
Okay, so it's coming up on 10 p.m. Your polls have been closed for 2 hours, correct?
Just about 2 hours. Yeah, 8 o'clock they close.
Okay, Do you know how long that the actual coverage goes on television or online?
I don't know. It may continue. We have True North, which is a good source here. So if I could put that link in there, if you want to continue the coverage there. I don't know. I think as soon as they declare, a lot of them will start turning off.
Okay, so you've got 1,987 polls total, and at 23:43 hours, there were only 408, which is, well, you're coming up in 25%. You've got a province that's all within the same time zone.
Yeah.
Now you've got 2 hours after polls close. Why are there not more polls reporting, particularly from the rural areas outside of Edmonton and Calgary?
You're not wrong.
Yeah, you're not wrong. That's
You're
a good
not
question.
wrong. We're watching this, and from time to time, these numbers freeze for 15, 20 minutes at a time.
They do.
And then
They
all of a sudden, they start updating again.
They do. So I'm going to leave you with that, something for you and all the people watching you tonight to think about. And you know what, Jace, as always, it was an awesome show, man.
I'm glad you enjoy it, John. I really do appreciate you coming. And if you want to do a full episode at some point in the future, we can. If you believe we can do 2 hours, I'll be happy to do that with you.
You just send me the link, and we can talk about whatever you want to talk about.
Except that one subject.
Well, yes. I mean, we can talk about things within reason.
Yep. Yeah, I like reason, and I certainly do not need necessary attention. Not at this stage.
Yeah, you want to keep going.
Yeah, no, I have a mission. I'm on a mission. I'm an introvert trying to be a candidate and win, because I have a lot of ideas and I have a lot of energy that I want to contribute to the Canadian system. So I have a mission. I have a goal. I have my own agenda. It's not lined up with those big agendas, but I have my agenda. So I do appreciate it, John, that you're keeping me a little bit safe there.
Okay, the consideration.
Yeah, Paul makes Paula happy too, to keep me safe.
And listen, Jace, you're my guy in Alberta. You are probably one of the most articulate and intelligent individuals who provided information during that inquiry, of which was really unavailable to everybody else, and also during the convoy. And I thank you for that. Thank you for stepping up for this country.
I appreciate it a lot, John. It means a lot to me. I carried a lot of guilt not covering the NCI, so the National Citizens Inquiry, but I did have to focus on family. We do have to get things in order so I can make these for you. So I do appreciate that, John. And you've been one of the ones behind the scenes that reaches out to me too. So I appreciate that. And thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, so we're getting down to 10 minutes here, Kev. Do you want to say anything else to Alberta before you hit the hay? And it looks like we may have it. We now have 4 elected seats.
Well, it's almost midnight here, and
yeah,
like I don't really know who's gonna win, and like one thing that I was thinking that, like, if Rachel Notley does pull off, like a 4 a.m. win, the only benefit that it's going to do is it's really going to push that drive to separation, right? Like, that's really going to embolden the people that want to get away from that. So, like, like, one thing that, like, I did want to say, I did make a comment on this earlier, is like, you have a UPC win, and like, people will rally around it, but like, it's just more can kicking, right? It's not going to be the right solution. It might be the right solution for now, but ultimately the right solution is to get away from Ottawa, and you're not going to be able to do that with the UPC win, because it's not going to provide that anger and the angst and that catalyst that you're going to need. And the only thing that's going to provide that is like a complete socialist or a complete communist win, and that's what's really gonna piss enough people off, where they're gonna be able to march and try to get away from the oppressive federal government. So, like, that's the way I see it. Could I be wrong? Yeah, but like, I don't support really any party. I don't support them on a provincial or on a federal level. Like I'm an anarchist here. So that's just my point of view.
Yeah, and I'm going to mention from Ellen saying, nice to see you, John, and she likes your snowman. She remembers that from the POEC as well. So it's good to see you and your snowman back. And then also for sure, Kevin and John, thanks for staying so late. I do know that it's very late for you as well, so I really appreciate that.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah, and Paula, do you want to have some closing statements? I know you're being a trooper too. We have the babysitter here. We're
Yeah.
missing our children tonight, but we wanted to get some of this information out to Alberta.
No, thanks for joining us. I was glad to, thanks for having me on, and let me have my 2 cents. But yeah, we need more of this. Just people getting together, having a chat, talking about our province, talking about our country, talking about the globe, and just share ideas and be reassured that there are more people like you out there.
And I'm going to give a special thanks to my wife online on the stream. We couldn't be here without her. So, John, you gave me a whole bunch of kudos, but you're really, really sending those to Paula. She makes that all possible. So, thanks, babe.
You're very welcome.
Yep. And then, John, like you've been married for a long time, you got to remember who is the one that makes a heartbeat work around here. We may be
33 years,
wrong,
baby.
but,
33 years, and you know what? It's cheaper to keep her.
No problem.
That's good reasoning there, John.
Well, we're halfway there, John. We're 17 or so. We're getting there.
2008.
Yeah, we're getting there. So yeah, and we're gonna have some more kids. We're happy to do that. We're looking forward to that. So we'll maybe have some announcements in the future. But this was our first late night coverage. I've been an early bird, so this was a little difficult for me. I had to take a bit of a nap, but I do appreciate everybody helping me out today. We had some good responses today. We had some good viewership. We got some subscriptions, some subscribers, some likes, and then of course we had our group. We got Ellen here. Love you, Padge. We do love her. She's amazing. Peter is sending some of the love. Peter, I have always impressed when you show up in the chat, bud. You're always in there. You're talking great. You're bringing stuff to light, and I like how you interact with the other chatters. We didn't do a lot of chatting today, Peter, but thank you so much for being there. What's Dale saying here today? This is a guy who would be great for barbecue. Some people don't like what I have to say. Not sure who you're referring to there, Dale, but we don't always have to agree. And even on this panel, we didn't have complete agreement, which is exactly what you would expect when you have a diverse group of people, which has non-agenda and non-narrative based. They're going to have different opinions, and they're going to conflict from time to time.
That's okay.
Yeah. Go ahead, Paula. If you want to say a couple more things.
I think there's nothing wrong with disagreeing with people. People are entitled to their opinions. People are entitled to believe what they want for whatever reason. They'll trust the information they get. But be open to acknowledge that there's someone else different from you. Okay. They'll sit down and get on with your day. They can get on with the day. You don't need to be rude. You don't need to insult them. You don't need to even put down what they have to say. Okay, we're different. Hey, that frustrates me. And just even seeing the trolls even earlier in the chat, it's okay to
Oh, for sure.
There's nothing wrong with it. There's nothing wrong with disagreeing with my political views, but to highlight, well, your person said this, that, the other, okay, but what do they plan to do for us?
Mm-hmm.
What does your person plan to do for us? I don't care what someone has said 10 years ago, an hour ago. We all say stupid things at the end of the day. But what do you want to do? You're in a position of power or trying to get a position of power. What are you going to do for the people you're representing? That's all. How do you plan to achieve it? My big question is how. You want to do this? That's great. How? And that's what I really want to find out from our leaders.
Well, on that note, we're going to start getting the lullaby music going because I believe Kevin's ready to go.
I'm ready to go.
I'm certainly ready to go. Motown is saying, thank you very much. Terrific show, Jason, Paula, and everyone. See you in the morning. So a big thank you to Andy Lee, to Kevin, to John, to Ian, to Mark. Oh my, I'm definitely missing some people. Joe was there,
Azario.
Paula, Azario, of course. To everybody that made it on the stream today, well, thank you so much. For those that tried, thank you for trying. and I really do appreciate it. Ellen is saying, great special, Jace. Panel was a great mix. Diversity is good after all. And Jace only comes from John and Ellen. So if I hear you guys out in public and you yell Jace, I'll know it's one of the two of you. Zahena, I'm trying to work on it, buddy. Who's provided music for us. We're going to have a new intro tomorrow. So when you join us tomorrow, we're going to have a new intro powered by Zahena. Thank you for joining us, buddy. From Manitoba. He's a musician, and it's always great to see him in the stream. You can come by. But thank you very much. James was here again. James, dude, we should put you on payroll. You're here so often, and you're very easy to rely upon. So thank you, Bud, for showing up again. Railroaded. We don't have the results yet, but they got 7 elected, 1 for NDP. It's looking pretty strong, 55.9% to 40.2%. And we are closing in to just over 30% of the polls have closed. So Railroaded, thank you for being here. Sorry, life pulled me away from keyboard. Where are we at? What did I miss? We solved all the problems, Railroad. World peace is just around the corner. It's going to take 2 weeks, not 2 generations. I think John had a bit to do with that, and definitely Kevin solved the last bit of the economics that we needed. So thank you, Kevin. If only, right? Eleanor's, she's very happy. She's giving us a nice little clap. Padge, what do you say? Good night, all. Thanks for joining us tonight. So she's in studio and in chat. What a multitasker. It's wonderful. Thank you very much. And we got this. Solve them all, the team. Yeah, Railroaded. We are a great team, and thank you for being part of that. I don't know if you're the engine or the caboose, but Railroaded, you're definitely part of this train, and I'm glad that you're part of it. Yeah, you got it last time. Zahena. Do we got it? Zahena. It's wonderful. So I guess on that note, I'm going to throw it back to Kevin, and I'll throw it back to John, and then last words to Paula, and then I'll wrap it up.
Yeah, I guess that I like what we had to say, and I would like to do this again. And one thing that I was thinking about is because I have a pretty decent online platform on Twitter, and so I do want to get into a regular Spaces. So one thing that I would like is maybe we do this on a Spaces, because I think that would be pretty cool.
Yeah, I'd be open to that. I got to figure out. It would be great if I could send the audio to Spaces, so we can do it on YouTube and Spaces. There's some technical challenges around that, but I'd love to be doing that with you, Kevin. So maybe if you host it, invite me. I'll come and get my feet wet on my first Space as a guest, and then maybe we'll look at hosting some of them.
Yeah, one thing I want to talk to is I'm trying to get Maxime Bernier to talk, because we had an interesting chat yesterday. So I want to get him back on, because I really think that that it would be an interesting interview. So yeah, I'll totally invite you on, and I'll invite anybody who's interested on, and we can start sort of a Twitter Spaces.
Yeah, I'd be down for that for sure. I want to get the messages out to every platform that we can, and to as many ears as we can. John, do you want to go ahead and say goodbye to everybody? And thank you again, John, for being here today. I'll translate for him. Jason is the best. He's the best. He's the best. You're still on mute, bud. Nope, still on mute. Or maybe they shut your mic off. Not sure. Maybe they got to you.
Thanks for supporting Jason Levine.
There we go. We heard that part. The
numbers, the viewership is going to grow exponentially. You're going to get all kinds of people coming on your show who are going to ramp people up and get them excited, and that's what you want to do. One thing, Jace, I will say that I have seen work with other podcasters, and it's a very simple addition. And I see you have one, and that's a dog.
Yes, we have two.
People are drawn to the dog. They will watch the dog. They will hear what you say, but they will watch the dog, because that's something that's missing in a lot of people's lives. and they're drawn to that. My son many years ago used to do this thing on Saturday nights where he did this DJ thing he had a name for, and his buddy would come over and they would do this dueling DJ kind of thing, in a white boy kind of way anyway. And we had a dog, and people would tune in to see the dog, and all the dog would do is just come out, hang out with my son and his friend, lie on the floor. But people would watch that dog for 2 or 3 hours. It's amazing what that can do, and what it does is it brings people to your channel. I'm just saying, but
what do you think people
works.
feel about chickens? Do they like chickens? Because we can certainly put up a
We
chicken
can do
cam.
that, yeah.
If you can get a well-trained chicken to hang out with you for a couple of hours. Otherwise, this is a Canadian show, so how about a stuffed beaver and a shotgun in the window there?
We have a beaver pond right beside us. There's just nobody in it right now. But I love that idea.
I don't think you want a real beaver.
Well, I gotta jump off of here, guys. I gotta go to bed.
Thank you, Kevin, for being here. You've been awesome,
night, Kevin.
and we'll
Thanks
catch you
for
around,
joining.
bud. See you on Twitter.
Thanks for having me.
Thanks for being here. And and John, every single day, I'm not sure if you've been watching every stream, but every single stream, there's been an improvement on the show, whether it's lighting or audio or video or internet or even just the decor. Every single episode, we're doing something new to try and improve this. So maybe there'll be a dog cam. Maybe I get a wireless one and put it around their neck. You can see the dog explore the property. It's quite the property. Maybe we can do something like that. For now, I have my sunrise cam, so he can at least see the sun when there is no smoke blocking that. But I'm going to leave it at there. So we are now leading. We've elected a 9. They have 3. We're leading at 42. They're leading at 33. We have a total of 51, and they have a total of 36. And it looks like it might be a long hour, maybe the next hour or so, we might be declared with a winner. But if not, I'll update everybody tomorrow morning when we're hosting Wayne Cunningham. He's joining us. He's a vaccine injured resident of the UK. Our last time we had him on, the video got taken down by YouTube. Just to be clear, YouTube didn't penalize me for that particular video. In fact, they didn't even tell me they took it down. They just took it down. Normally they will tell you a warning or something and let you appeal. But for that particular video, it just vanished. It's still on Rumble, and we'll see if we stay online tomorrow. If not, you can catch us on Rumble. So to everybody who's still here, thank you all so much. This chat is a great chat. I'm surprised that you're not going to be sleeping much tonight if you're going to be showing up tomorrow for us. But thank you to Ellen. Thanks for Padge as well. Railroaded, you're awesome. I know that you're a engine because you lead and follow here in Alberta. I think that's awesome. And what are you saying here about the cam? Let me just jump to that. We need a live cam of the train my way, caboose or engine kind of thing. Do it, Railroaded. Do it. And Peter, thank you again so much for being here. Best of us. Teach with kindness and learn with humility. 100%, Peter. I think we're on the exact same wavelength. You can get a lot done when you are reasonable, logical, and you actually use your intelligence for good and you're not trying to use it for evil. So on that note, thank you all very much for being here. I really enjoyed it. We'll do something like this again. To everybody that was here, John, Paula, we got Railroaded in the chat. We got everybody. So to all of you, thank you so much. And of course, God bless.